there we go. Now, let's take a look at what's happening. Okay, let's look at, I don't know, JC Life Protector. This is one product. This is how it looks in its raw format. Let's look at how the database does its magic. Now, if I'm going to just copy the product ID, I'm going to find it here, and boom. Okay, probably have to refresh a little bit. The internet is not steady. Okay. Now, if I do that again, take a look at the data now. It keeps all the product details. It keeps whatever is originally there, but it adds more stuff. It has this field called assemble for embedding, which is putting together all fields that I find necessary. It has this embedding. Now, for those of you who's new to this embedding concept, I'll show you how all these things is saved in the data store. It's just this thousands of numbers. Okay? I can keep scrolling, but essentially it's an array that is 1536 in length, with every element looking something like this. That's how the embedding model understands what you're talking about. That's it's doing its translation. Okay? So imagine in the enterprise context, how much time it is going to help you save. And let me also show you how this is done under the hood. The reason why, when I upload my raw data, it does all the things in between and creates the embedding and saves it for me, is something we call eventing. And eventing will be something very similar to Google Cloud Functions. With, I see some people, get interested because they hear something they're working with. So it's very similar to Google Cloud Functions and database trigger, right? But in our own context, in the sense that whenever we capture data mutation, we do our thinking. And that thingy is just some JavaScript. Let me show you the JavaScript. For your convenience, I'm just going to put them here. So again, I didn't put up this code, ChatGPT did. I should really start using Gemini. So. But not that there is anything faulty with this kind of code, right? But I'm just saying, all you need to do is to tell the system the JavaScript logic, and it's doing all these things for me, right? I'm not going to walk you through every lines of code, but obviously you can do a lot of magic with that. Once we have a JavaScript, once we have a JSON object, you tell the JavaScript, okay, get this and that field, put them together. If needed, let's call a webhook that sends this data to a external dependency, process it for me, get the results, and follow on, right? Now, just to give you more clarity, I'm going to show you this. So this is what happened, okay? We have Couchbase on the left, which is a database, right? Oh, by the way, I really want to ask this question. How many of you are working with Mongo today? It's not, it's not your fault you're using Mongo today. You look like it's something you should be doing. No. Yeah, so Couchbase is something like Mongo. Okay, let me put it this way. My sales guy, I don't know where he is, but he's probably probably gonna disagree with me if I say that. But it's essentially like Mongo, but with much more enterprise level function built in. Yeah, let's put it this way. Okay, so back to what just happened. So Couchbase is here. You upload your raw data here. It goes in. It triggers something that I just showed in the backend, which is what we call eventing, that has all these beautiful JavaScript, and it does all these things, right? And one of the things it does is to make a REST call to a application I've hosted on Compute Engine. And the Compute Engine is going to receive that, is going to return me the embedding. How do they get the embedding? There are many, many ways of doing that, right? You can set up a Google Cloud function to return the embedding. You can make an external API call for that. You also have the option to do something like local inferencing. Now, I do want to sidetrack a bit here. When you do embedding, most of what you do is send an API call, right, to a model that's probably hosted somewhere in the United States. In some scenarios, you might not want to do that because, well, you're not sure if the government is going to allow you to do that, to send data across the border to another nation, to a machine storing on another nation, right? In other times, there is also this consideration of latency. You don't want your data to travel all the way to US and make a round trip back for you to get the embedding, right? So what you can do is if you are using Hugging Face today, they give you the option to download the model so you can do inferencing locally, right? That's something boring and I don't know, off-putting, but that's something you run into when you're working in an enterprise context. Okay. I think I have 5 minutes left. And so what I'm going to do is I've done mostly what I came here for. There's one more thing. Sorry, I'm not going to bore you with everything we can do. But let me show you this. QR code. Don't worry, it's not a stupid survey. For those of you with an iPhone, scan this and download this app. It's going to be fun, I promise you. And for those of you who are on Android, I do apologize. It's not ready yet. But the reason it's not ready is not that this technology does not discriminate against Android. It's just because it was developed by one of our programmers, and he happens to own an iPhone. All right? It's simple as that. But the same thing does work with iPhone, Android, cross-platform. You know what I mean once you download that. And let me just do this. I'm going to leave the QR code on, and I'm going to connect my phone. Okay. It's disgusting to see your own face. Okay, wonderful. Okay. All right. many of you has the app downloaded and open? Wonderful. Cool. Now, all right. I'm pressing. Can you also press? By the way, this is the first time I do this demo in front of such a big audience. You never know what's going to be wrong, right? So, excuse me if it goes wrong. But my fingers crossed. Is any of you... Okay. Is any of you pressing your button? Yeah? You are? Okay. I don't know why it's not changed. It's taking time, I guess. Now let me try to disconnect. Usually this works. Okay, forget it. Forget it. Okay, let me share something else. Now, if you go to the rightmost tab, you're going to see something that's very similar to e-commerce, right? I know we probably use Shopee here, right? We use Shopee, yeah? Where I come from, we use Taobao, Tmall, but it's the same thing. And they all have this scenario where, you know, my friend has just got a very swaggy hat. I don't want to ask him where he got it. I'm just going to take a sneak picture of the hat and do a search, right? This is what we do. Now, what's behind that technology is obviously embedded. Okay. Now, it's embedding behind that technology in the sense that I think we've already will also touched that a little bit in previous sessions, right? Whereas the model recognized the pixel patterns in the image, translate them into mathematical models, mathematical outputs, and then does the computation. Now, this is something very similar. If you play around your app on your phone, and let's choose from examples, it's telling me, now this is nothing new, right? This is absolutely nothing new. What is new is if you turn on your airplane mode, and let's come back. Now, pay attention, I'm on my airplane mode. Let me just turn off my Bluetooth as well. Let me do it again. I'm gonna choose, I have a sweet tooth. Cookie. Okay, I see impressed faces, thank you. Now, this is nothing new, right? But I challenge you to do that on your shopping, right? Turn on airplane mode, do a search again, see what returns. And I'm going to be happy to share with you that this is the power of combining VectorDB and Edge device, which is essentially putting a VectorDB on your machines, right? And Couchbase is probably the only vendor that does that today. I don't know I don't predict tomorrow, but today, Couchbase is the only technology that does vector on mobile alone. And if your organization and yourself are trying to develop something cool on mobile, you have an option. Okay, I'm going to stop the selling here. I think I'm on the top of my hour now, so I'm just going to share this last slide, which is unfortunately a boring QR code, but please don't refrain from scanning it again, because I probably just introduced to you 20% of what we do. Okay? So Couchbase is a very powerful database engine. It's a multi-model interested in this technology, I don't have, unfortunately, enough time to share with you everything we do, but we do let us know, because we are coming up with a lot of public-facing enablement sessions to share with you how to get yourself familiarized with Couchbase. And this is the channel for you to let us know that you're interested. Does it work? Does the QR code work? Okay, awesome. In the meantime, I'm going to try the same thing again. Can any of you still try to press your color button? I'm just desperate for it to work. It's currently yellow. If you are, oh, sorry. Now, I'm going to give it one last attempt. Okay, I think it's working. Someone's pressing. Is anyone pressing? If you are, I can't see it. I think it's probably because of the, oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna end my stuff with explaining what's behind this. So some of you are pressing what's changing. It's also following the change here. So theoretically, it's always connected. All right. Now, for those of you who think the technology behind this is that all your devices are connected to the same backend, do you think it is because everything is connected to the same database in the backend? I saw some hand rising. You're wrong. Although it's absolutely right. You can do that, but what is happening is we are leveraging something like a peer-to-peer connect. Have you guys heard of bonjour? Not the French, not the French word. Bonjour, as in the communication framework that Apple develops behind its AirDrop technology. Bonjour is behind that, and of course, you know, if you're using AirDrop today, if you don't have Wi-Fi, you can still use Bonjour to share things and collaborate. We leverage the same technology, so you can develop a lot of offline friendly scenarios and mobile apps. Okay, I'm going to end my presentation here by saying that I really appreciated all the engagements that you've had. Absolutely love the vibe here, and I hope we all learned something, because I definitely did. So, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jason, for the wonderful presentation on Couchbase. I bet many of you have learned on how to use Couchbase and the journey, I think. And without further ado, I will welcome Wei Yuan back onto the stage to talk about how you can redeem your cloud credit for GCP. Yes.
Everyone back again. Right, so hope you guys had a good lunch. And we also had an interesting session just now. But now we're going to go to our afternoon events, which is you're going to be doing workshop 2 and 3. Workshop 2 and 3 is now going to be in Cloud Skills Boost. Okay, ignore this part about we're supposed to do this before lunch now, but since just now it took a little bit longer, so we wanted to do this after lunch. Anyway, later on you will be using your actual Google Cloud account, right? Or rather not, well, your Google Cloud account, but with the billing account that will give to you, so you won't have to use your own credit card. Okay, but you need to go through these steps together with me. Like, stay with me for this next 10 minutes. Set it up properly such that you don't end up accidentally this link first. You'll see some window come out. You can sign in if you want, but yeah, I'll go through the steps along the way so you don't do anything wrong. Okay? Yeah, go to the next page. It's going to be shown here on the top right hand, so if you missed it out, yeah, it's still there. Is it too small? You want me to make it bigger? Bigger. But it should be enough. So big. Alright. So you go in there. Okay, ignore this wrong link over here. But if you go in there, right, you should have this page. There's a sign in button. Click sign in. Anyone still need the link? If you need it, just take a quick picture first. Then you can follow through the steps later on as well. Okay? Okay, I see some folks taking a photo, so I'm going to let you all take it first. Right, okay, let's go on to the next few steps. Okay, so after you sign in, you should be directed to this page where they will ask for your name, your last name, and then they'll show you the coupon code. Don't change anything in the coupon code. The few things I've mentioned over here is just make sure, check if your Google account is correct, because you could have multiple Google accounts, maybe using a company laptop, maybe you're using a wrong email, like your company's work email. Try and use your own personal email. If not, later on this credits as typed to the wrong account. Okay? And yeah, just double check, make sure the email is correct over here. Don't share your coupon code, like this one can only use once. Once you use the one that is issued to you using your Google account, right, because you just signed in, right, you actually don't get a new one if you try and sign in later again. Okay? So yeah, once we're done with checking, just click accept and continue. Again, legally I need to tell you, you have to read through the terms and conditions. But for this step, of course, yeah, if you accept, just accept and continue. Okay, so those were very simple steps, but just to check, anyone stuck? Okay, can some folks help? There's like some guys on the right side who need some help. Okay? Right, so just to recap so far, the link was there, and you have logged in, you have selected the right email account, you have clicked accept and continue, accept and continue, then you'll be brought to, I think, like some home page in Google Cloud. Okay, but what I need you to do now is go to this link. Okay, I will make it bigger, because just now I think you guys were saying it's a little bit small, right? Yeah, 30. Okay. So go to this page. Don't do anything yet, just go to the billing page. console.cloud.google.com/billing. All good? Anyone stuck? I think there are some folks in front that, if you can raise your hands again, so the facilitators can help. Okay, for the rest, I think most of you should already be in the billing page. Okay, so in the interest of time, later I'll run through all the steps again, second time just to help those who maybe were stuck just now. But in the interest of time, so for those who went to the billing page, you should see something like this. Maybe there's more entries over there. Okay, I'll make this big, this part bigger, this image. Okay, you should get something like this, where you will see this billing accounts over here. You may get more than one, that's fine. One of it might be your own credit card. So just make sure there's one written over here as Google Cloud Platform Trial Billing Account. Okay, that's the one that you just redeemed. Okay, if you redeem successfully, right, you should get this. Okay, can I have a show of hands? Who see this now? There should be at least some. Okay, good. That means it's working for you. So for the rest who haven't got this yet, like just now you haven't gone through the whole signing process and accept and continue, you should be able to get that done and get to here. Okay? Okay, so once you get here, like again, you're not doing anything, you're just checking if things exist. Okay, so if you had that billing account, right, inside that screen just now, right, now I want you to go to this link over here, which I'll again blow this up big to big. Okay, so it's the same thing again. hostname doesn't change, it's console.cloud.google.com, but change the path to project create. Okay? I'll run through the steps again for a second time for those who are stuck now, but for those who have already checked your billing, they're there, they go to project creator. Okay, next step. Okay, this is going to be it's a bit small, so let me also make it big. Okay, if you go to the project create page, right, you will be presented with a few options or inputs that you have to put in. For the project, right, technically speaking, you can name it anything you want. Maybe I'll just advise you to put in something like build with AI, like for today's event, so that later on for the 2 workshops, you can continue using this project, or you should use this project. Okay, but the important thing I need you to do is, regardless of the name that you choose, make sure the billing account, you choose the one that we just gave you. Okay, this is the one with the credits. If you choose something that's named like something else that's maybe your credit card, right, then later the workshops, when you do it, it might end up billing to your own credit card. So don't choose other options. Make sure you choose the Google Cloud Platform trial billing account, okay, under the billing account option. And when everything is good, there's like a blue button here to create, okay, the project. So when you click that button, right, you're done already. That's essentially the setup. Anyone stuck? Raise your hands. Put your hands up so the facilitators can help. There's no billing. Okay, so someone is asking. There's no billing account option. Why if I see what? So I heard that for some folks, when you load this page, there's no billing account. If there isn't, okay, create a project first, no worries. Then I'll try and walk you through directly how you can do this. Okay, so for those who could not tie to the right billing account, right, okay, this is also, I'm exploring it together, but let's try this. Okay, loading. So, okay, what I just did is, you create a project, okay, and once everything is loaded, go to this sidebar, right? Go to the billing, this billing icon. Okay, yeah, I was using prompt just now. So, okay, so once you're over here, I believe if your account is not linked yet, I think they'll have an option for you to ask you to link it, and you can just do that linking directly. If not, right, if you don't see any options to link it, I believe you can still go to manage. Resuming the steps, right? Okay, let me go back again just to get us all on the same page. So if you still don't have the option here to link it, right? Okay, never mind. Go to manage billing account. Alright? You should be able to go to my projects. I have a lot of projects here. And okay, let's go to like this one. This one is the one I'm using. So you can also use this to check to see the project you created, whether it's connected to the right billing account. And I believe there should be options to change your billing over here. Okay, so you should be able to mentioned that since you only have one billing account, maybe that's why the option is not turning up. But just make sure, yeah, go to billing at the sidebar over here, double check and make sure that your project is tied to the right billing account, okay? As long as it's tied to the right billing account, like you see over here, right, tied to the right billing account, you're good. That means later on, all the workshop stuff, workshop 2, workshop 3, just run it using this project so that you don't get accidentally charged into your own credit card, okay? Okay, I'll run through the steps again, just for those who, let's say if you were lost like partway before. Okay, so we'll go back to step 1. We'll run through one more time. Later I'll also be walking around if you need my help or the facilitator's help. Okay, so as mentioned just now, this is the link. Next slide is actually much bigger, so if you didn't capture the link just now, go to this link. That side is lagging behind a bit. Okay, good. Not sure. Okay, anyone still need this link? Okay. I think everyone is good on this. So sign in. Make sure you sign in. Then over here, check the details. Make sure it's correct. Yeah. So over here, yeah. Just now, what I was saying is just you have multiple Google accounts. You just need to make sure you select your right personal account. Don't go for your work accounts unless if you are using or you're trying to use a work account to this learning today. Yeah, then just check, make sure all the details are correct, accept, continue, and then yeah, the next step, once you have continued already, you have accepted, now you have gotten a trial account, go to this page, console cloud google.com billing. Okay, everyone is there so far? Need more time? Need more help? Okay, cool. Okay, and over here, credit fully redeemed. That is a very interesting scenario. Okay, I'm going to wait. I recall the link. Okay, if credit fully redeemed, KL03. Okay, because I think there's 2 links lah. The other one is KL03. Okay, I'd like to ask for a cooperation. Those people who have already redeemed, please don't go and redeem again. Okay, give chance to the other people who haven't signed up yet. Those who cannot get the credits just now, go to this link instead. Same page, same steps. You should be able to get the credit this time. Anyone able to visit this page? KL03. Okay. I think the table in front just now, I think someone had a problem, right? Was it okay? Can right? This page okay? Okay, I can't disturb you because I just want to see if it works or not. Give me stress. I'm sorry. See you guys. KL03 works. So for those who haven't able to redeem just now, it should work. Okay, and it's not fully redeemed yet. Like I said, for those who have redeemed already, please give chance. Please go and redeem again using this link. All right. Okay, so for those who are running through these steps again, okay, yeah. Once you have agreed, console.cloud.google.com billing. Okay. Okay, at the billing page, make sure you see billing account name over here. At least you must have one. If you don't have even this trial billing account, then something's wrong. So you must at least have this Google Cloud Platform trial billing account. I'm sure if anyone gets this reference over here, while we're waiting. Easter egg, if anyone notices. Okay, so if you check your billing account, the billing account is there. Project create. Okay, go to same host name, console.cloud.google.com/project create. Okay, if you have already created a project just now, please don't recreate again. I mean, that one is enough already. But if you are creating for the first time, please do create this project. Okay, you should be brought to this screen where you get to choose your billing account. Okay? And then just choose the right billing account and just create it. So just now I think someone mentioned that if you have only one billing account, I think they don't show the drop down. Then if you want to double check to see if a new project is tied to the right billing account, right? Just do the following steps. Go to the sidebar in console.cloud.google.com. Go to billing. Okay, if you go to billing, right, they'll actually show you all your billing accounts over here. Click this tab for my projects. Okay, and then they'll show you, oh, there's all of this stuff over here. So you can see some of this is other billing accounts, some of it, this one, the new project that you created just now, the name that you selected should be tied to this billing account over here, which is the Google Cloud Trial billing account. This one. Okay. Anyone facing more issues? Still haven't? Please raise your hand so that our nice facilitators can help you. Raise your hand up so someone can see. Oh, we have a gentleman over here and also one in center. Okay. I think for the rest of the folks, it seems like most of you have the setup process done mostly already. So thanks for your attention on this part. I'm gonna guess we can go to the next part. Anyone has questions, please raise your hand. If not, we're going to start the next workshop soon. And you need these credits. If not, some functions cannot run. Then we'll all be reset. Okay, while we're waiting for the next speaker come in. Anyone see any Easter eggs here? Well, I take very long to set this up, but nothing is set.
the next section, we will have another workshop. Those who are standing can sit down, calm yourself down. We will start with the second workshop. Everyone good? Good, good. Can you say good? Okay, okay. Everyone full from lunch? Good. Anyone who didn't get their lunch? No, right? Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Happy tummy, happy workshop. Okay. So the next workshop will be getting started with Gemini using Python. We will have Christine T here as the speaker. So let me share you a little bit about Christine. Christine wears two hats. She is a fully remote senior staff machine learning engineer at Turing Enterprise, a Silicon Valley unicorn startup. Besides that, she is also a founder of Maxima Technologies, a web and digital marketing agency that pushes the boundaries with AI-powered marketing strategies and LLM service. So the company do AI marketing strategies as well as LLM. So her client list includes global brands like Mitsubishi, DJI, and also Insta360. I bet all of us heard of these brands before, right? Three of these, DJI, Insta. So with that, I would welcome her to share with us about how you can use Gemini. Thank you.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm Christine. So, since the session got very heavily dragged just now, I blame the previous speakers. So, this session is going to be a bit rushing. Okay, so let's all of you go to this link right now. Yeah. Yeah. You should see this. Get started with the Gemini API in Python, and what this is it is here that is this quick start demonstrate how to use Python SDK for Gemini API, which gives you access to Gemini LLM. Okay, so you will click on run in Google Colab for this session. All right. So you should see something like this. Yeah. So
Christine, share the URL again.
Share the URL again. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right here. Yeah. I'll give you some time to go to this. Yeah. Okay, everybody got this? Yes? Yeah? Okay. Like, can I have a show of hands? Like, okay, alright. Okay, everybody who at least get onto this page and then open the Google Colab. It might take a little while. Yeah, depending on how many people are accessing at the same time. Okay. So you should see this Colab, Gemini API Quick Start with Python, right? So everything is just going to be here, but don't run the cells first, yeah, because there are some things that you need to do first, which is to get the secrets. So just now, Wei Yuan has already told you all to create a Google Cloud project and then claim the credit, right? So, so if you have the building correctly, oh, let's just zoom in this. Right. You should have your projects here, and then your building level. Okay. aistudio.google.com/app/API key. This is to get the API key to run on your Colab. Okay, so go to this URL as well. You should see Google AI Studio. Oh, this is. Yeah. Give you some time to go to this. Yeah, everyone got this? Yeah, everyone got the AI Studio. So on Google AI Studio, there's something that you need to make sure of, which is on your bottom. Is that right or left? Bottom left. Bottom left. The email that is right there is the email that you claimed credit just now. Yeah, it is the email that you claimed credit just now. If it is not, then change it, re-sign it again. Yeah, because once you create the API key, it's gonna drain your credit. Okay. On AI Studio here, just on your top left, click on Get API Key. Okay, create API key. Yeah, you should see the selection to choose your Google Cloud project. The Google Cloud project, just now Wei Yuan asked you all to create a new project, right? Yeah, so it has to be that project because that project is linked to your cloud credit. So select that project that you created just now, and then create API key in existing project. Yeah, I'm not gonna share my API key. Right. Okay. So when the API key is appear, copy it, and then go back to your Colab just now. This quick start Colab. At your left side, there is a key button here. It says secrets. So tap on this key, and then we are going to tap add new secret. Copy paste that API key that you copied just now to the value. And then for name, give it the name of Google_API_key. It has to be exactly the same because this is where it is going to fetch your environmental variable. Like this, it is going to use this. So the name, just type Google_API_key, all caps. So Google_API_key. Okay, and then yeah, right here, give it notebook access. On notebook access, toggle it so that the notebook can access your API key. Yeah, I'm gonna delete mine here because I already have one on top. Yeah, so you should see something like this. So on this step, you should have your API key there. The name is Google underscore API underscore key, and you have to give it notebook access for it to access for this collect to access the secret. So I guess I will give you guys some time, like maybe a few minutes to sort out the API key. So did everyone get this? Most of you got the API key already, or not yet? Yeah. I got only one. Yeah. Yes. Good. Everyone. If you have any problem, please reach out to our facilitators. Because without the API key, you cannot proceed to run this. Okay, so everyone's good? Yes? Okay, then let's proceed. Actually, at this point, there's nothing else to do. Okay, just joking. So on here, on your top right, yeah, connect to runtime. Any runtime is fine. Actually, I connected to T4, but a CPU runtime is fine. Connect to runtime. It will take a while. But then considering so many people are connecting at the same time, yeah, this is to connect to Python, Google Cloud, Google Compute Engine, and GPU. Yeah. So after you connect, and then we can start running all these cells lah. So so at this point it is just running the code. Okay, so I'll do a bit of explanation on what every cell is about, and then there is a bit of an explanation that I will share through video on how embedding works and what is what is temperature later on. So yeah, so the first cell right here is to install the Python SDK. Yeah, and then here it is to install the necessary packages. So all these are necessary packages, and here it is use to store your API key. Yeah, so it's the API key is stored here. So why did we ask you to set up the API key just now? Because it is used here. So the name has to be Google_API_key because this is where the code is. Yeah. The environment variable is this name. Okay. So after you run this, there is this cell. Basically, it is listing all the models available. All the models available here are Gemini 1.0, 1.5, Gemini Pro, Pro Vision. So Pro is for you to use for text only. If you want to use text and image input, output, you have to use Gemini Pro Vision model. So right here, we are going to select Gemini Pro model, and then we are gonna prompt it, ask it what is the meaning of life. Very abstract question, yeah. So okay, here we are gonna see what it outputs. Everybody's output will be different, yeah. Since it's LLM, yeah. So everyone will have different meaning of life. Okay, right. So it says here that like what purpose and fulfillment, relationship, personal growth. Okay, yeah, that's its answer to you. And then here it says it is outputting a Gemini can generate multiple possible responses from a single prompt. So these possible responses are called candidates. So I'm not sure if you guys have used like ChatGPT or Gemini. It does not only output one output, it has several drafts, right? It has several drafts outcome, right? So these are called candidates. So this is what it is outputting, right? So here, the model returns a response after completing the entire generation process. Okay, yeah. And then to stream responses, use this. So this is another response of what is the meaning of life. It's supposed to output this. Oh, okay. So at this cell, some of the response attributes are not available until you have iterated enough through all the response chunk. So here it is we prompt it again what is the meaning of life, and then we iterate it again, and then it works like that. But in this case, the prompt feedback attribute works, but the attributes like text do not. So here is basically just like the candidates of it, actually not so important. Okay, so this is the more interesting part since it involves Gemini Pro Vision. So Gemini provide a multi-model model, right? Which is Gemini Pro Vision that accepts both text and images and inputs. So here we are going to include an image. So this is the image that we are including. I mean the tutorial is including. Yeah. So then we are gonna use Pillow to display the image. So this image is what? This image is food. Yeah. So we are gonna change the model. So just now we are using Google Gemini Pro, right? So now we are changing to Gemini Pro Vision. Here is to input the image, and we are gonna ask what does it think the image is about. So here it's outputting 2 glass containers with chicken, broccoli, carrots, rice, and sesame seed on the grey background. Yeah, that's what it thinks. Whether or not it's accurate is another story. Because we don't see sesame seed, but it's okay. Yeah, the general idea is there. So that's just an example. So this cell that we do, another example. Write a short engaging blog post based on this picture. Okay. Right now we are prompting different different question with the image. Okay, it should include a description of the meal in the photo and talk about my journey of meal prepping. So the context has changed. We are asking it a different question based on this picture. So this is what it outputs. And then chat conversation. So Gemini enables you to have free-form conversation across multiple turns. So the chat session class simplifies the process by managing the state of the conversation. So unlike generic content, you don't have to store the conversation history as a list. So here we are switching back to Gemini Pro because it is about chat conversation, right? So chat conversation is only text input. So here we are gonna like switch it again, and then we are gonna have the history, and then note that the vision model is not optimized for multi-turn chat. Yeah. So this is just another note. That's why we are switching back to Gemini Pro now because it's for multi-turn chat. So here we are going to prompt it. We are going to prompt the chat again. In one sentence, explains how a computer works for young children. Young children right now. So its output is like a computer is like a magic box that can remember things and do things you tell it to, like solve math problem or play games. So it will store it into the history as parts. So this is basically what it is outputting lah. Yeah, I mean like it is storing and then it is outputting the results of the output just now. You can keep sending messages to continue the conversation. Use stream equals true argument to stream the chat. So right here it is. We are gonna ask the same question. We didn't specify exactly for it to explain how a computer works because we already asked it earlier, right? So right now we are assuming that it is supposed to be able to understand that you're asking it to explain how a computer works. So the prompt will be, okay, how about a more detailed explanation to a high schooler? So here is a more detailed explanation to a high schooler. Yeah, a computer is an electronic device that can be programmed to carry out a set of instructions. So a high schooler will probably understand this. Right? So we are going to store these two chats into the history as another part. Yeah. So right now we have user model. So this is two input to output. Yeah. So here is about count token. Large language models have a context windows, and the context length is often measured in terms of number of tokens. So there is a limit of how much LLM can output. Yeah, we call it the context window. Yeah. So but then here it is to count how many tokens. It is just another function. So what is the meaning of life? How many tokens are there? 7 tokens. So similarly, you can check the token count for your chat session. The chat session it is checking here is the chat session we had previously. Yeah, which is up here. Okay, so the amount of token is 272. Okay, so yeah, this is just another okay. Embedding is a technique used to represent information as a list. So for embedding, I will have another video to explain it later because embedding is a bit hard to visualize. Okay, so but right now what we want to know is that embedding is how LLMs represent text in vectorized form. Yeah, so making it easier to compare and contrast embeddings. So they are 5 task types: retrieval query, retrieval document, semantic similarity, classification, clustering. So in here, cell 31 here. We are loading this model. We're asking it again what is the meaning of life. We are using retrieval document type. So what is retrieval document? It specifies the given text is a document in a search or retrieval process. So using this task type requires a title. So the title we are using is embedding of single string. So at here it is outputting the embedding of the first string, which is what is the meaning of like the first string of it. Here is not gonna output like the whole embedding. It's actually going to display the first 50 character. The first 50 character and then it's trim. Okay? And the retrieval document task type is the only task that accepts the title. Yeah. So to handle a batch of strings. So now what we are doing is we are inputting 1, 2, 3 strings. Okay, so the same thing, we're asking it to output the embeddings. So these are the embeddings. Why are embeddings a bunch of numbers? Because it is a vectorized form of vectorized form that is used to represent information. So again, every string is gonna output like the first 50 character, then it is trimmed. That's why you see that it is trimmed. No, the exact embedding is actually way longer than that. So the next one. So while this function accepts simple string or a list of string, is actually built around this function type. Okay, so these are the primary unit of a conversation in the API. So remember that previously we asked it to explain a computer to a high school student. Yeah, this is the parts that we are asking it to output. Yeah, and then here we are asking it to output the embedding of the content as well, but it is not gonna output the whole embedding as well, because the whole embedding is like super long. Okay, just later we'll see why it's super long. So this is the first 50 characters and it's trimmed. Okay, so right now we have all the chat history here again, but this is how is this different? Is that this is under this object, the grm.content objects. It's just a different way of handling the chat history. Okay, so the same thing. It's outputting the embeddings and then it's trimmed. Okay, so advanced use cases. So safety settings. Safety settings argument is actually a very important. It is a very important argument, because it is going to filter 4 categories: sexually explicit, hate speech, harassment, dangerous content. So these are the content that it will not output. It will say that I'm sorry, but I'm asking with that question. So the prompt feedback will tell you which safety filter blocks the prompt. So in case your prompt goes against the safety, or the output goes against the safety, then it will tell you which category is blocking the prompt display. Okay, so here, it might not output anything. Because you might not know anything. You might not know like which one is blocking you, right? So here it is. So here it will at least output like, okay, which of it is blocking your output. I'm not comfortable generating that content of nature. All this. Okay, so each candidate has its own safety rating. So in case the prompt pass, but the individual responses fail the safety check. So here it is. The previous section rely on the SDK to make it easy for you to send prompt to the API, but this one, underlying the Python SDK is the Google.ai.generative language client library. So right here, we are switching to this model, and then you you can also pass any of these classes as an equivalent library, blah blah blah. So here we are switching model back to Gemini Pro Vision again, and then write a short engaging post based on this picture. So the picture is the picture just now, the food picture just now, and then here it is outputting again. The build correcting is a great way to save money and time. So it's going to output like 100 characters, then it's trimmed. So this is just another way of handling. Yeah. So multi-turn conversation, while the Gen AI.chat session can you handle many cases, it does make a lot of assumptions. Okay. So here it is the same thing. Briefly explain how a computer works to young children. Yeah. Here a young children's response. That's why it sounds more fun. To continue the conversation, okay, so how about more detailed explanation to a high school student? Here, the high school student, explanation much longer, much more detailed. Yeah, so here, generation configuration. It allows you to modify the generation parameters. Every prompt you send to the model includes parameter values that controls how the model generates responses. So, how many people have problems running this cell? Okay, so if you have problem running this cell, right, please add this line here. Please add this string equals to true. Yeah, many of you have problem running this. Yeah, so string equals to true, and then the next cell add response.resolve. Yeah, all good. So this argument allows you to modify the generation parameters. Each prompt you send to the model includes the parameter value that controls how the model generates responses. Okay, so yeah. And here only one candidate for now, yeah. So candidate count is 1. So and then the max token, and then this is the text. Okay. So that's basically the whole collab. But then, as I said earlier, that because I didn't explain too much on the embedding part, so I'm gonna play a video. This video is actually from a YouTube channel called 3 Blue 1 Brown. So if you want to understand in more depth on the math part of LM, I really highly suggest you to go on this YouTube channel, 3 Blue 1 Brown. Okay, so because of the Wi-Fi, I'm not playing from YouTube lah. I'm playing it. On my device. Yeah, because I have downloaded it. Luckily. Yeah. So. Okay.
With all of that as foundation, let's dig into the first step of this text processing example, which is to break up the input into little chunks and turn those chunks into vectors. I mentioned how those chunks are called tokens, which might be pieces of words or punctuation, but every now and then in this chapter, and especially in the next one, I'd like to just pretend that it's broken more cleanly into words. Because we humans think in words, this will just make it much easier to reference little examples and clarify each step. The model has a predefined vocabulary, some list of all possible words, say 50,000 of them. And the first matrix that we'll encounter, known as the embedding matrix, has a single column for each one of these words. These columns are what determines what vector each word turns into in that first step. We label it WE, and like all the matrices we see, its values begin random, but they're going to be learned based on data. Turning words into vectors was common practice in machine learning long before transformers, but it's a little weird if you've never seen it before, and it sets the foundation for everything that follows, so let's take a moment to get familiar with it. We often call this embedding a word, which invites you to think of these vectors very geometrically, as points in some high-dimensional space. Visualizing a list of 3 numbers as coordinates for points in 3D space would be no problem, but word embeddings tend to be much, much higher dimensional. In GPT-3, they have 12,288 dimensions, and as you'll see, it matters to work in a space that has a lot of distinct directions. In the same way that you could take a 2-dimensional slice through a 3D space and project all the points onto that slice, for the sake of animating word embeddings that a simple model is giving me, I'm going to do an analogous thing by choosing a 3-dimensional slice through this very high-dimensional space and projecting the word vectors down onto that and displaying the results. The big idea here is that as a model tweaks and tunes its weights to determine how exactly words get embedded as vectors during training, it tends to settle on a set of embeddings where directions in the space have a kind of semantic meaning. For the simple word-to-vector model I'm running here, if I run a search for all the words whose embeddings are closest to that of tower, you'll notice how they all seem to give very similar tower-ish vibes. And if you want to pull up some Python and play along at home, this is the specific model that I'm using to make the animations. It's not a transformer, but it's enough to illustrate the idea that directions in the space can carry semantic meaning. A very classic example of this is how if you take the difference between the vectors for woman and man, something you would visualize as a little vector in the space connecting the tip of one to the tip of the other, it's very similar to the difference between king and queen. So let's say you didn't know the word for a female monarch, you could find it by taking king, adding this woman minus man direction, and searching for the embeddings closest to that point. At least, kind of. Despite this being a classic example for the model I'm playing with, the true embedding of queen is actually a little farther off than this would suggest, presumably because the way that queen is used in training data is not merely a feminine version of king. When I played around, family relations seem to illustrate the idea much better. The point is, it looks like during training, the model found it advantageous to choose embeddings such that one direction in this space encodes gender information. Another example is that if you take the embedding of Italy and you subtract the embedding of Germany, and then you add that to the embedding of Hitler, you get something very close to the embedding of Mussolini. It's as if the model learned to associate some directions with Italianness and others with World War II Axis leaders. Maybe my favorite example in this vein is how in some models, if you take the difference between Germany and Japan and you add it to sushi, you end up very close to bratwurst. Also, in playing this game of Finding Nearest Neighbors, I was very pleased to see how close cat was to both beast and monster. One bit of mathematical intuition that's helpful to have in mind, especially for the next chapter, is how the dot product of 2 vectors can be thought of as a way to measure how well they align. Computationally, dot products involve multiplying all the corresponding components and then adding the results, which is good since so much of our computation has to look like weighted sums. Geometrically, the dot product is positive when vectors point in similar directions, it's 0 if they're perpendicular, and it's negative whenever they point in opposite directions. For example, let's say you were playing with this model and you hypothesize that the embedding of cats minus cat might represent a sort of plurality direction in this space. To test this, I'm going to take this vector and compute its dot product against the embeddings of certain singular nouns and compare it to the dot products with the corresponding plural nouns. If you play around with this, you'll notice that the plural ones do indeed seem to consistently give higher values than the singular ones, indicating that they align more with this direction. It's also fun how if you take this dot product with the embeddings of the words 1, 2, 3, and so on, they give increasing values, so it's as if we can quantitatively measure how plural the model finds a given word. Again, the specifics for how words get embedded is learned using data. This embedding matrix, whose columns tell us what happens to each word, is the first pile of weights in our model. And using the GPT-3 numbers, the vocabulary size specifically is 50,257, and again, technically this consists not of words per se, but of tokens. And the embedding dimension is 12,288. Multiplying those tells us this consists of about 617 million weights. Let's go ahead and add this to a running tally, remembering that by the end, we should count up to 175 billion. In case of transformers, you really want to think of the vectors in this embedding space as not merely representing individual words. For one thing, they also encode information about the position of that word, which we'll talk about later. But more importantly, you should think of them as having the capacity to soak in context. A vector that started its life as the embedding of the word king, for example, might progressively get tugged and pulled In case of transformers, you really want to think of the vectors in this embedding as the embedding of the word king, for example, might progressively get tugged and pulled by various blocks in this network, so that by the end it points in a much more specific and nuanced direction that somehow encodes that it was a king who lived in Scotland, and who had achieved his post after murdering the previous king, and who's being described in Shakespearean language. Think about your own understanding of a given word. The meaning of that word is clearly informed by the surroundings, and sometimes this includes context from a long distance away. So in putting together a model that has the ability to predict what word comes next, the goal is to somehow empower it to incorporate context efficiently. To be clear, in that very first step, when you create the array of vectors based on the input text, each one of those is simply plucked out of the embedding matrix. So initially, each one can only encode the meaning of a single word without any input from its surroundings. But you should think of the primary goal of this network that it flows through as being to enable each one of those vectors to soak up a meaning that's much more rich and specific than what mere individual words could represent. The network can only process a fixed number of vectors at a time, known as its context size. For GPT-3, it was trained with a context size of 2048, so the data flowing through the network always looks like this array of 2048 columns, each of which has 12,000 dimensions. This context size limits how much text the transformer can incorporate when it's making a prediction of the next word. This is why long conversations with certain chatbots, like the early versions of ChatGPT, often gave the feeling of the bot kind of losing the thread of conversation as you continued too long.
Okay, so the final one is to explain about temperature.
The idea is that if you want a sequence of numbers to act as a probability distribution, say a distribution over all possible next words, then each value has to be between 0 and 1, and you also need all of them to add up to 1. However, if you're playing the deep learning game, where everything you do looks like matrix vector multiplication, the outputs that you get by default don't abide by this at all. The values are often negative or much bigger than 1, and they almost certainly don't add up to 1. Softmax is the standard way to turn an arbitrary list of numbers into a valid distribution in such a way that the largest values end up closest to 1, and the smaller values end up very close to 0. That's all you really need to know. But if you're curious, the way that it works is to first raise e to the power of each of the numbers, which means you now have a list of positive values, and then you can take the sum of all those positive values and divide each term by that sum, which normalizes it into a list that adds up to 1. You'll notice that if one of the numbers in the input is meaningfully bigger than the rest, then in the output, the corresponding term dominates the distribution. So if you were sampling from it, you'd almost certainly just be picking the maximizing input. But it's softer than just picking the max, in the sense that when other values are similarly large, they also get meaningful weight in the distribution, and everything changes continuously as you continuously vary the inputs. In some situations, like when ChatGPT is using this distribution to create a next word, there's room for a little bit of extra fun by adding a little extra spice into this function with a constant t thrown into the denominator of those exponents. We call it the temperature since it vaguely resembles the role of temperature in certain thermodynamics equations, and the effect is that when t is larger, you get more weight to the lower values, meaning the distribution is a little bit more uniform, and if t is smaller, then the bigger values will dominate more aggressively. Where in the extreme, setting t equal to 0 means all of the weight goes to that maximum value. For example, I'll have GPT-3 generate a story with the seed text, once upon a time there was A, but I'm going to use different temperatures in each case. Temperature 0 means that it always goes with the most predictable word. And what you get ends up being kind of a trite derivative of Goldilocks. A higher temperature gives it a chance to choose less likely words, but it comes with a risk. In this case, the story starts out a bit more originally, about a young web artist from South Korea, but it quickly degenerates into nonsense.
Yep, so higher temperature, more creative. Lower temperature, more conservative. That's why they mention it that way. So in here, actually, temperature, the maximum that we can choose, the maximum that we can input is only 1.0. So it's 0.1 until 1.0. So it is a limitation that is imposed by Gemini lah, so that it won't generate too much of a nonsense output. Okay. Yeah. So that's a very useful explanation, I think. Not sure about you guys. Yeah? So okay. So that's about it. I hope you guys run through the whole collab. Before you guys go, there is this lucky draw form. Please fill it out so that you are qualified for a lucky draw later. Okay, I'm not too sure what's the lucky draw prize, but then if you want to qualify for one, please fill it out, and after the end of the day, then we will know who gets the lucky draw. All right. I hope you guys are able to run the whole collab. Yeah, who runs everything? Who is able to run everything? So many. Good. So this is one of the achievement that you guys had right now, and then later on there's another one that you guys will run similarly. Okay, so I'll pass it back to Sammy. Yeah.
Thank you, Christine, for the workshop. So, everyone done with the lucky draw? Like, you scanned already, register? Okay, yeah? Okay, so right now we have tea time, it's a break, can go to toilet, and then outside we have snacks for you. You can be here back at 3:15. 3:15, I see you back. Bye. Come back to this hall, 3:15. computer science, and he currently works as the lead of data scientist at BAT, mainly in big data analytics, data mining, machine learning, AI, to help drive revenue growth. So let's welcome Dr. Pu.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, I'm not sure whether you already have the Google Colab. So if you don't have, you can just download from here. bit.ly-tcp Gemini /GCP Gemini. Okay. So once you download already and open up, you should be able to see the notebook like this. Okay, so the link again is bit.ly/GCP Gemini. All good? Okay, so once you open up the Google Colabs, okay, you can see this Colabs is actually about overview, give you a very brief overview. What can you do with the large language model, Gemini, in terms of multi-model? Okay, so as we know, when we use the large language model, for example, Gemini, or for example, ChatGPT, we actually do a lot of text. Okay, as we now know that the large language model has progressed, we actually can accept input in terms of images. Besides text, there's images, video. Okay, even recently, the most updated version, you also can input audio. Okay, so this code notebook gives you a very brief overview what the multi-modal use case you can actually do. Okay, then you can actually understand or maybe get some idea what can you do with these multi-modal use cases. Okay, for the lab, for the Google Colab, there's a few ways you can run this. You can run in Colabs, you can run in Colab Enterprise, or you can run in Vertex AI. Okay, so if you have the Google GCP project that you created just now, you can actually run in Google Colab Enterprise, which is inside your Google Cloud. Also, you can actually run inside your Vertex AI workbench. Okay, so but for here, I'm just going to run in Google Colabs. Okay, so if you click on the run on Colab Enterprise, it looks something like this. Okay, it's actually like Google Colab, but it's actually inside your Google Cloud. Okay. So that's how it looks like. So for this case here, we are going to run in, I'm going to just demo in Google Colab. Okay. So as I mentioned, we are going to explore all the multi-modality available in Gemini. So recently, there's currently there's actually two versions out there, Gemini. So we have Gemini 1.0 Pro, and then we have Gemini 1.0 Pro Vision, and then we have Gemini 1.5. Okay. So Gemini, if you want to do a multi-modal, not just text, then you have to run Pro Vision. So Pro Vision will actually allow you to do multi-modal. Okay, that means you can deal with images, video. Okay, if you just want to do text, then you can just use Gemini 1.0 Pro. Okay, so as I mentioned, so there is two versions. One is Gemini 1.0 Pro, and there's another one which is 1.0 Pro Vision. So Pro Vision, you can actually support multi-modal Pro. Okay, actually, like I said, there is also a new version which is recently released. It's called 1.5. So if you go and read the documentation here, if you click this one, the documentation, generative AI, you can see here there's a few versions available now, which is the 1.5 Pro, okay, which is still under preview now. Today we're going to deal with 1.0 Pro Vision for multimodal. Normal is 1.0 Pro. 1.5 Pro is available now in preview. Okay, what's the difference between 1.5 and 1.0? Okay, so 1.5 is actually can deal with a larger collection of text, images, and longer video. Okay, so if you want to actually upload longer video, more text, okay, as we know that like currently for Gemini 1.0 Pro, the number of tokens is limited. So if you want to have more text that you want to upload or longer video, then you have to use 1.5 Pro. Okay, how do I use 1.5 Pro? If you're interested, you can just go to AI Studio, aistudio.google.com. Okay, aistudio.google.com. You can actually see it's available here. Okay, Gemini 1.5 Pro. Okay, so Gemini 1.5 Pro, you can actually see you can upload images, video, audio, or even other files. Okay, so that's the advantages of using the latest version. You can actually upload. You can see that the number of tokens available is also about 1 million tokens. Okay, whereas 1.0 is about 2,000 tokens. Okay, so that is the 1.5 and 1.0. So today, okay, for this Google Colab, what we're going to do, we're going to see different use cases of images and text as an input. Okay, basically detect images, detect object in the photo, understanding what's inside the photo, understanding what can you do, given instruction, what can you do on the images. Then we also try to input video. For example, we try to input video and ask to generate a description of the video, ask to generate a tag, hashtag, or ask to generate what's the messages of the video. Okay, so to run this Google Colab, okay, first you need to install the Vertex AI SDK. So I will encourage you now to click and run this. Okay, so what will happen is you run all the Vertex AI SDK. As we know, when we want to run this Google Colab, we have to call back to our Vertex AI, connect back to our Google Cloud project. Okay, so install this Vertex AI SDK first. After you install successfully, then you need to restart this Google Colab runtime. Okay, so I give you 1-2 minutes to click and run this to install this SDK. Okay, if you manage to install the SDK, then you have to restart your Google Colab, the notebook runtime. So you have to click this and to restart the kernel. Okay, so once you click this and then you say status okay, restarted through, then you're fine. If you have any problem, just raise your hand. The facilitator will come help you. like I said, next thing is we need to connect our Google Colab notebook to our Vertex AI workbench. Okay, so we need to run this, authenticate, make sure you are signed into that GCP Poly account just now, not your own account. Then we need to input the project ID. Okay, where do you find the project ID? If you go to your Google Cloud, okay, if you go to the Google Cloud, there is a project ID. This one, you should see the project ID. So you need to copy this whole project ID and put into the notebook. Okay. Make sure it's the exact project origin, or you can just click this copy button. Okay. Click and copy the project ID and input into here, the project ID. Okay. Don't put my project ID, you collapse. Put your own project ID and just put the location US Central 1. Okay, then click run. Okay, make sure every cell you run it. Okay, click run here, make sure the project ID is correct, then just click run the cell. There's some questions? Question in front. There's a question in front. Anyone help me? Yeah, there's a question. Okay. So once you import, then run the cell. Then we're going to import all the models available inside your generative AI. Okay, so import this config, model, the image and part. And run this cell. You import all the model. Okay, so now we are going to load our Gemini 1.0 Pro Vision model. Okay, so because we want to do multi-model, we are going to load the Gemini 1.0 Pro Vision model. Okay. For the helper function. Okay, so basically this helper function is just when you want to load the image, you're going to load the image and it's going to display the image accordingly by the size and the width. Okay, so these are all the helper function, okay, using the pillow function. So in Python, okay, there's a pillow library where allow you to load images. So this is just a helper function for you to load the image from the URL and display the image onto the Google Colab. Okay, so hopefully you run until here, there should be no problem. Even got problem, you probably will not see it. But once you run the next one, you should be able to see the problem if you have not configured correctly. So far, everyone is okay up to now? Okay? Okay, next thing is we're going to look the first use case. How do we use this 1.0 Pro Vision? Okay? So we are going to give two URL of the images. Okay, one URL we're going to call it image glossary. Another URL we're going to call it image prices. Then we're going to give some prompt to our Gemini model. The prompt is consider the following images that contain the fruits
Then the first prompt is, how much should I pay for the fruits given the following price list? So there's two images. One is an image of banana, apple. Then the second image is a table, contain the name of the fruit and the price. Okay. Then you get something like what you call change of thought. Okay. So when you give a prompt to the large language model, sometimes it's good to ask it in step by step. So you ask it step by step. This is what we call chain of thought. Then the large language model will follow accordingly step by step. Then he will try to understand what you want and describe and give you the response accordingly. Okay. So you said follow the instruction, then load the first image glossary, load the first prompt, load the second image, which is image prices, load the second prompt. Okay? So after you load the first prompt, you can see the image is like this. Okay? There are some banana, there's some apple. Okay? Then the second you ask the question is, how much should I pay for the fruits given the following price list? So you expect the large language model understand there is banana, there's apple. Then he'll go and read the price list, get the price for the apple, and get the price for banana. Then you say, you follow the change of thought here. Identify what are fruit, cow. Okay. Then for each of the fruit available, look for the price in the second image. Then calculate the subtotal. Then calculate the total price. Okay. So this is a very good example how you should prompt a large language model, because sometimes we just simply give everything and then the large language model doesn't not able to understand what you want. But if you give step by step like this, okay, usually you get a correct answer. Okay, so you can see this is the response generated. There are apple, banana. Step 2, you counted there's 3 apple, 2 banana. Then from the price list, you know the apple is 150, the banana is 80 cents. Then step 4, calculate subtotal. So 3 multiplied by 150, then 2 multiplied by 80 cents. Then you calculate 450 plus 160, the answer is 6 cents. Okay, you can see this is how if you put a change of thought like this, you get a correct answer. Okay, so this is one good use case example where you can actually give a very descriptive description. Then the large language model can do a few things now. Okay, identify the images in the first image, count it, then understand the context of the fruit, get the relevant prices from the second image, and do the calculation. Okay, so that's first example use case. So far, all can run, no problem. If you got problem, it's because probably you didn't put in the correct project ID. Okay. Okay, second example. So far, okay? Second example is what can you do? What can you do with Gemini multimodal, where you try to ask the large language model to understand what's inside the image and what should you do. Okay. For example, the image is this. Okay. The image is actually. Let me zoom. Let me put up here. So the image is actually a control button on a certain electrical appliance. Can be your microwave, can be your oven, or whatever. So the prompt is, okay, you want to ask, first of all, you want the large language model to understand this image. Second thing is, you want to ask the language model how to reset the clock. Okay? How to reset the clock. Okay? So the clock here is showing 6:40, but you want to ask the large language model to tell you, how do I reset the clock? Okay? So provide the instruction in English or French, and then given that, explain how to use the button to reset the clock. Okay? So this is the response generated. First, locate the clock button in the control panel. Okay, so the clock button is on the right. Okay, and then press and hold the clock button. I think normally by right is every time we want to reset a clock, we have to hold it until the clock, the hour and the minute start to blink, flash. Then use the button to enter the correct time, and then click the clock again to save the time. Then the clock can be reset. Okay. So it seems true, but there is no. But you're not sure whether whether it seems very logical, isn't it? This is normally how you reset your clock at home or your appliance. Okay? But the problem is, okay, might not be applicable for this image. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know, so far nobody said got any problem. Everybody got any problem so far? If you have any problem, probably first thing is you didn't. Yeah, yeah, sure.
So you need to go here and then
Yeah, you need to enable the Vertex AI API.
this shows them the API name.
This API should be enabled. Yeah, Vertex AI API. Isn't it? By right, when I create my GCP project, if I'm going to use the Vertex AI, they ask you what the API you need to enable. You should enable that. So my API is enabled already. If you're not, I don't. Do anybody have a laptop? Have it enabled? So you go to your Vertex, this Google GCP, look for Vertex AI API, then there should be a button here to enable the API. Everyone okay? Well, just now I asked everybody okay, nobody said anything. So it's always like that, Asian. You don't want to admit. Okay. Not KO, huh? Anyone have any more problems? Okay, should I continue? Okay, so As I mentioned just now, this clock resetting sounds correct, but it might not be workable because sometimes, you know, the large language model, it try very hard to give you answer, even though it doesn't know. Okay? So this is what we call hallucination. Okay? So sometimes I'm sure you have used like GitHub Copilot, whatever, ask you to come up with a code, and then you paste the code confidently and it doesn't work. Okay? So the same thing happened here. He tried to see that, oh, this is sound like it looks like an electrical appliance. Oh, this is a normal way to reset a clock. So he just give you a normal way, but might not be applicable to the scenario here. So for this case here, you're having a problem what we call the model can hallucinate, that sometimes the button might not be correct, or even the sequence is not correct. Okay? So you need to make sure that if it's not correct, then you need to make sure that you need to further enhance your model, what we call the RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, where there's something that people are doing now to make sure the response is more relevant to the question that you want. Okay, for the second example, we want to ask technical images. So I'm sure if you are from IT background, you have studied database. The first thing is your lecturer will ask you design a ERD, entity relationship diagram. Okay, so ERD basically is a diagram where you connect the table together, and then you connect the foreign key with the primary key. So the PK here is your primary key, then you connect to the foreign key in another table. Okay, so for this case here, we look at here, we know every table is considered one entity. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so then the question here is, identify the entity in the ERD, entity relationship diagram. So you can identify these are all the ERD. Okay, category, vendor, item, sales, convenience store, county, store. Okay, then you ask also to identify the relationship. So as we know, the relationship here is one to many, one to many, one to many. Okay, then one to many, and then this is also one to many. And then the circle here is optional. Okay. So you can see that the relationship is category has many sales, vendor has many, and then store has many store sales. Okay. So this is a relationship can actually identify. Okay. So I think this is a fairly common example, and it's quite straightforward. Okay. Next thing is we want to how can we use this multimodal in terms of e-commerce? Okay, we know that we can actually build now large language model with all this image recognition, built into our application. Okay, I'm sure you have a lot of idea. Last time we need to use a lot of different packages. Now we can just use a prompt to identify certain images and then give some sort of recommendation. So for this case here, you're going to upload 2 images. So the 2 images will be a square specs, glasses, another oval glasses. Then the prompt is, given these 2 glasses, which one would you recommend based on my shape of my face? So let's say your shape of your face is oval shape. Okay, and then you ask the large language model in Gemini to give you an explanation why you recommend this. So the context here is the Gemini able to understand this is a square glasses, this is a oval glasses, and which one will be more suitable for the context of a oval shaped face. Okay? So explain the decision. Okay? So the recommendation is use glass 1. Why? Because glass 1, where is it? Okay, because glass 1, okay, recommended glass 1, because he said glass 1 is a rectangle shape, which will be a good choice for your oval shape. Okay, because the rectangle shape will help you to balance up the length of your face and make your face more symmetrical. Whereas for glass 2, a round shape, which is not very flattering for your oval shape. So if you have a round face, oval face, together with the round glasses, make you even more rounder. Maybe look like a Doraemon or something like that. Then it's not good. Okay. So this is the recommendation from the large language model. Okay. So this is give you some idea. Okay. Because the large language model already understands a lot of context of the image, you can use this to build into your e-commerce application. Okay. The next thing is you can actually use the large language model to tell the differences between one image and another image. Okay, the similarity and the differences. Okay, so there's two images here. Okay, two images here. Okay, taken at the same angle. Okay, for human we can see, oh, there's a difference. One image has more people, another image has less people. Okay, so you want the large language model to identify where is this image taken and what is the differences between these two images. Okay, so first you ask the question is, what is shown in image 1? Okay, and what is the similarity between two images, and what are the differences between image 1 and image 2, in terms of the content of people shown. So you can understand that this image, okay, has a square with a large building in the background, and there are people walking around. Okay, so what's the similarity? Both are showing the same square with the same building. And what's the differences? The differences is there's more people in image 1 compared to image 2. So you can see the large language model understand the context of the image. It can compare two images. It can tell you what's the similarity and the differences of the two images. Okay? So that is the power of this large language model. Okay? One thing that I'm not shown here is, inside this here, you start to input this generation config. So the generation config is what just now Christine has mentioned. You can define the temperature, the top P, the top K, the candidate amount, and the max output token. So for this case here, because we do not want any hallucination, we set the temperature to be 0. Okay, that means you do not want it to be creative. Okay, then the top P, that means the top 80% of the probability add up of the candidate, and then the top K means the 40 out of the 40 responses, the top K 40 responses will be selected. So sometimes you can actually control how the response of your large language model by setting this generation config. So far, okay? Any questions? So next is how do we, okay, so far we have deal with a lot of images. Okay? We deal with a lot of images. Now, we want to see the power of this Gemini 1.0 Pro Vision for video. Okay, for video. So the prompt here is, you want to ask what is shown in this video, where should I go to see it, and what is the top 5 places that look exactly like this place. Okay, so you expect the large language model Gemini here to know what's inside the video. Second, to know where is that video taken. Third, to show you similar places similar to that place. Okay? So the video looks something like this. Okay? The video looks something like this. There is some cliff, there's some a sea view, then there's a wave. Okay? So you expect the Gemini to understand the context of this image, what you can see, and recognize where is this place. And third, where are the places similar in the world that you can actually find this place, okay, that you can actually visit. Okay, so the response is, first thing, he will say that this video is from the Mediterranean Sea of Turkey, taken from a drone. Okay, it will show that you have all the beautiful blue water, cliff, white building. Okay, then he said that this place is in Kars, Turkey. Okay, a town of Kars in Turkey. Then you ask, where is the top 5 places where you can actually see similar view. It will tell you that you can go to Santorini, Greece, Italy, and Croatia. Okay, so if you're not convinced that this is in Turkey, you can just look at this Wikipedia page and show you that this location is in Turkey. Okay, so this is the example of Gemini can understand input from a video. Okay, input from a video. For this case here, the video we have like 30 seconds. If you use Gemini Pro, you can go up to, as I remember, it's 1 hour video. Okay, 1.5 Pro Vision, 1.5 Pro. Okay, next we have another video. Okay, next we have another video. The video is a guy wearing a top hat, taking a camera and going around and shoot photo. Okay, so you expect the Gemini able to understand the context of the video here, where there is a guy wearing a hat and he's going around taking photos using the camera. Okay, so the prompt here is you want to ask, what's inside the video, what is happening in the video, what action is taken in the video, and provide 10 best hashtag for the video. Okay, so this is something that you can probably use in your social media. Isn't it? You shoot some video, Insta story, or some TikTok video, then you lazy to generate the hashtag. Okay, you can ask the Gemini to give you a description of the video, and at the same time generate hashtag for you. Okay, so this is what you can do. So if you look at the video, this guy, he will stand up and then he will go around and shoot photo of the item available on the wall and the table. And the unique thing is, we all will notice that he's wearing a hat. Okay, he's wearing a hat and he's going around shooting photograph of the image of the item on the table and on the wall. So Gemini able to understand. So Gemini able to see that there is a guy, there's a man, he's wearing a hat, and he's taking picture of some artifact on the table. Okay, and then he will understand what is the action shown on the video. The action shown on the video is there's a man taking picture of the artifact. Okay, then you ask the Gemini to generate 10 best hashtag. So the hashtag is photography, art, travel, vacation, beach, sun. Beach, sun because the guy is wearing some sort of like a beach hat. Nature, explore. Okay? So far, everything okay? Or you all just click run all and happy already? Or click run all, is it? Okay, so what you can do here is, if you have some extra time and also try to experiment, you can actually put in the config, there's some configuration config just now. Okay, you can put in this configuration config into some of the video and see whether it makes any difference or not in the output, the response. Play around with the temperature, play around with the top P or top K, okay, and see whether the response generator is it different or you get the same response. So you can copy this whole thing here, this generation config, and change the temperature, especially when you want to generate hashtag or description. Okay, you can actually increase the temperature, so you can actually get a more creative response. Okay? Any question? Everything okay so far? Okay, so for the last video, not sure whether you can hear the sound.
島田彩香です。東京でフォトグラファーをしています。東京にはいろんな顔があって、夜の東京は昼の東京と全く違うと思います。新しいピクセルには動画ブーストって機能があるんですけど、暗いところだと夜景モードが作動して画質がさらに上がるんです。
Okay, so the video, I'm not sure whether you've seen the video. So the video was actually released when they released Pixel 8. So when they released Pixel 8, there is a new feature, we call it Video Boost and Night Sight. So basically, last time you can shoot with your Pixel phone, you can shoot a photo in the dark, and then you will do enhancement HDR in the phone. But now, the Pixel 8, you can also do enhancement for your video. So if you shoot a video at night, you shoot a video at night. Which one? Is there? Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. You can show here? Console here. Sorry, my console here you can show. You want to show a console? Yeah. Okay, I realized that there's some problem where time out, isn't it? Yeah, permission denied. Oh, permission denied, okay. You want to pop up? This one.
Everyone having the permission deny issue, right? So now, can you please go to your Google Cloud Shell? The terminal we used just now. Go here, and then you just type in gcloud space off space login.
So it seems like there is time out permission denied, isn't it? So you need to go to your terminal. How to go terminal? There's a button here. Click, go terminal, type Google gcloud space authentication space login. Then need to log in back using the GCP Boleh account, isn't it? Correct? Yeah, the GCP Boleh Gmail account. So after restart, still okay or not? Can?
They forgot to. One thing important here is, yeah. I say. Hi. So when you logged in, don't forget this. You have to click this link. Huh? Yeah. Some people didn't click. So click this link. You get this. Make sure you have the correct account. Then just click continue. Continue. There should be an authentication code with a copy. When you copy, please then go down here. There should be a, paste. You paste there. Then it should be done. Then you press enter. Okay.
Okay, there is another workaround for this. There's another workaround for this. If in case everything doesn't work, you can just copy this link, the video link, just copy this video link and then put into AI Studio. It's the same thing actually. Just go to AI Studio and then just go to AI Studio and or download the video, upload here, and just type back the same prompt. What can you see here? What is the best action? You get the same thing actually. Then, once you type that, you can actually get the code. It's the same. Okay? So let me show you one example, if I can work.
Final solution. That's a studio. Guys, if it still doesn't work, can you go to the Google Cloud and you search for Vertex Studio? Then at this page, Vertex AI Studio, you would see multimodal powered by Gemini. And then you need to click Try Gemini. Enable all. Okay. Then, what is the Vertex AI? Sorry, correction. Even better, you can just go to Vertex AI and you see this enable all recommended APIs. Just click this.
Okay. Anyway, the Google Colabs available after you go back home and try again. Yeah. So if today you didn't manage, you can go back. Make sure go back and click to the link to the same GCP account and enable all the API in your Vertex AI. That's all. Okay, so the last video is like I said, is a Pixel 8 promotion video. It's actually to showcase one of the features in Pixel 8, which is the night boost for video. That means now you can take a video at night. It will enhance HDR for the video. But the video, if you watch it just now, I played it. It's actually recorded in Japan, and the person is speaking Japanese. Okay, so the question is, you want to know what's the profession of this person. Okay, then what are the features of the phone that are highlighted here, and where is this recorded? Okay, so the Gemini able to understand the context of the video because first of all, he actually understands what is being spoken in the video. So for this case here, the video, even though have audio, but we do not support audio input for 1.0 Pro Vision. But for 1.50 Pro, we support audio input. Okay, so for this case here, the audio from the video will be processed, and then you try to understand the context of the video. Okay, so the video here, you know that the profession, the person is a photographer. And the feature of the phone, the Pixel 8, is to do night sight and do video boost. And the city of this video taken is in Tokyo. Okay? So far, okay? Okay, so the last video is this. So the last video is just this, a train passing by. Okay? 2 trains passing by. So the prompt here is, you want to ask, what is this line, this train line? where does this line go to, and then what are the stations in between. So you expect the Gemini able to understand where this video is taken, okay, and where is the direction of this train going, and then in between, what are the stations? Just like you take MRT, you probably go to Kajang Line, you have like what, Mutiara Station, Sri Raya Station, Kajang Station, Bukit Tukul Station. So these are the stations that in between of this direction of this train. So you can see this is a zero train configuration line. You actually run through Tani Pasture to Blair, and these are the intermediate station between these two stations. Okay, so you're able to understand the context of the video, able to tell you the direction of the train is going, and able to tell you what are the intermediate train station in between Tani Pasture and Blair Station. Of course, if you're not confident, you can actually check out this Wikipedia about this line again. Okay, so I think this Google Colab basically show you all the multimodal use cases for 1.0 Pro Vision, where you can actually input audio, you can input text, you can understand the context of the images, context of the video, similarity of the images, differences of the images, okay, and give you hashtag, general hashtag for you, okay, and also understand where is the images taken, and then where can you find similar images, where is this kind of use case that you can actually see being showcased in this collab. Okay, so I think that's the end of the session. So far, everyone happy with the sessions? Besides the questions? Okay, I think, so like I said, this Google Colab is available. You can go back home and try again. Okay, if you run out of credit, then no choice. Just sign up with the Google credit and then give business to Google. Google are very happy when you do that. Okay? Thank you very much. Hey, still got time, so what should we do now? Take a break or do something else? Oh, you like break very much. Oh, break up.
After this, we have a panel discussion session with four of Dr. Poo, Christine, Darren, and Asif. So that will start around 4:30, 4:40. Is that okay with you guys? Enough break? Enough break, okay. Okay, you guys can take a break now. Thanks, Dr. Poo.
So far, how was all the workshop and the event? Good? Are y'all tired? Okay, we are almost there. But before that, let's hear a little bit about GCP Ballet. I realized that can everyone calm down a bit? It's a bit noisy. Yeah. Okay. I realized that we are doing about GCP Ballet and we haven't been talking about GCP Ballet in detail. So we will have Amrita again to talk with us about GCP Ballet, the info session, what you can do with GCP Ballet. Let's welcome Amrita.
So hi everyone. Are you all feeling still energized and yeah? Oh, thanks for the thumbs up. Are you all good? Yeah? Anyone tired? No? Okay. Oh, okay. Coffee. Yes, of course. We all need that. Yeah, so I know we've been getting quite a number of questions coming in regarding GCP Ballet. So we were actually planning to go through this as well. So we wanted to make sure that all of you have the time to get your credits and all before we dive deep into what we have planned out for GCP Ballet this year. So yeah, so once again, welcome to GCP Ballet. I hope that all of you have already gotten your credits. All got it? Yeah? All right, good, great. So now that you've already started your journey with GCP Ballet, right? So for those of you who are joining us for GCP Ballet for the first time, it's an online self-study program, right? So what we're trying to do is we want to bring all of you here together to get started, build the connections, and after this you can go and explore all these quests and on your own, right? And we have our Slack channel and we have all these platforms where you can support each other, learn from each other. At the same time, you get to go on your own pace, depending on I know all of us have different schedules, we're busy and all, it's a bit difficult to come together every single time to go through the lab, so you can try it out on your own. If you have any questions, we have all our facilitators and the community together to support you. And we would also be having code-along sessions throughout this period as well. From now that we've started up till 24th of May, we have things planned out as well to support you throughout your GCP Ballet journey. And yeah, so I know I showed this earlier. I hope all of you are excited. I have been receiving quite a number of questions on how you can get these swags as well. So let's talk a little about that. So if you have already checked out the GCP Ballet website, that's where you registered, right? And have you all received your credits? And I'm sure you've received your emails as well, right? So once you get the landing quest and you've completed it, you've received your cloud credits, you would be, so the first 9 credits that you use to work on the first lab, once you complete that, once you get the badge, you get 1 month free subscription. So until 24th of May, or whenever you register, from the day that you register up till 1 month ahead, you would have that 1 month free subscription. So these are the quests that you can work on. You can find all these links on the website itself. Make sure that you complete these quests to be eligible for the tier 1 or tier 2 swags. And yeah, let me just walk you through this as well. Okay. So for those of you who are wondering which website, this is the site. This is where we have all the quests listed out. So if you see, we have 2 tiers, right? One is you get to win this t-shirt and Eco Sticky Notes pad. So to win that, you would have to complete 7 quests in total. And out of those 7 quests, at least 3 have to be skill badges. I'll explain further about these skill badges after this, okay? And if you were to aim to win the tier 2 swags, you would have to complete at least 14 quests. And out of those 14 quests, at least 6 have to be skill badges. Okay? So if you were to win the second tier, you would get an additional hoodie as well, which is pretty nice, right? So all of these links that you see, these are all quests, right? And out of these quests, we have categorized those that are skill badges and those that are regular badges. So out of like, for instance, if you're going for tier 2, you would have to complete 14 quests in total. Out of those 14 quests, at least 6 would have to be skill badges. So one of these, right? The top ones. Okay? Everyone clear? Anyone confused? No? Okay. Yes. So Vimal over here was asking like how much time that we need to like commit towards like completing all these quests, right? So each quest would have it depends on like each quest. Like each quest would have like multiple labs. So for instance, if we were to look at like the ones that you did this morning, right? So the first quest that we worked on, it only had one lab, but that one lab had like a lot of different tasks that you would have to complete, right? So each quest would have multiple labs or at least one lab. And it depends, like the time that it takes, it really depends on like how much you're familiar to this platform or the topic that you pick. And apart from that, like each lab would have time allocated. So each lab would at least take, the time allocated is at least an hour, but sometimes you can complete it within 30 minutes or so if you're already familiar with the platform. Yeah, so which is why we give you a month. Usually, I mean, like, you wouldn't really need a month to complete this many quests, but we want to make sure that you take the initiative to understand what you're doing, you understand the code and all, not just like copying and pasting. I know, sometimes when we want to win the swag, we might want to get things done fast, right? But yeah, make sure that you try to go through the instructions and understand what the code does as well. Yes, that's right. So to answer to that question, so regardless of who completes it first or so on, as long as you complete it within the time frame, which is by 24th of May, and you submit the completion survey, which is shared to you via the welcome email, you're eligible to get the tier 1 or tier 2 swags depending on how many you've completed. So once again, you have to make sure that you complete the quests that have been mentioned on this website only, because with the 1 month subscription, you can always explore other quests on the platform as well, because Cloud Skills Boost has a lot of things that you can explore. So these are the ones that we have selected for this season, but feel free to explore other ones as well. But to win the swags, you would have to complete the ones that have been listed down here. Okay? So that's like one of the criteria to be eligible for the swags. And also, yeah, and for, I know some of us here did ask like if, you're moving out to another country, how does that work, right? So unfortunately, we're only able to deliver the swag within Malaysia. So anywhere in Malaysia is fine. But if you want us to deliver it to a different country, we wouldn't be able to do that. Okay, so that's just one thing that you have to keep in mind. Yeah. So yeah, that's about it. And yeah, so these are the swags. Yeah, that's about it. Before I end, any questions regarding GCP Boleh? Any concerns? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, right? So like we talked about like 14 quests and skill badges, right? So 14 quests, you can choose any of these quests over here. So the skill badges are inclusive of like the quests that we've mentioned earlier, right? So the thing is, the only difference between a skill badge and a regular badge is that regular badge, you mainly follow the steps, like the one that we did this morning. You don't really have to work things out on your own, right? It's mostly following the steps that have been provided, the code has been provided. So skill badge is sort of like for us to test what we've learned. So there would be a final challenge. This lab would require you to work on something, so you would have to implement things on your own as well. So, I mean, don't get too concerned about that. It's, trust me, like the labs before that would prepare you for it. So after what you've learned, we just want to make sure that there's some application as well. So yeah, so all of these are quests. It's only that there are different types of quests. One is a skill badge and one is a regular badge. So when you complete it, you would receive the badge. Yeah. So out of those 14 quests, you can choose any of the quests, but out of those 14 quests, you should choose at least 6 skill badges. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. So we've been having GCP Bole like for the past few years, so and we've gone through like the 5 seasons before this, right? So most of our participants are still part of the Slack channel that we have. So when you get the welcome email when you register, we would have the invitation link for you to join the Slack channel. And over there, that's where you get to meet all the community members who have been part of GCP Bole or who are joining for the first time. So of course, you can reach out to them. Like, the thing is, like, we have a very supportive community. Everyone is supporting each other. So if you have any questions, you can just drop it there. And another participant who might have faced the same issue or challenge, they would also support you. So it's a great way for us to like connect with each other and also support each other. Yeah. So if you want to get connected with previous participants, that's the best place to go to. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? Okay. I think we're all good then. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you had a great event today and you had a great experience as well. Good luck with GCP Bole. Hope to see you soon with the next code along sessions that we have planned for you. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to just reach out either on Slack or you can reach out to us via email as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Amrita, on the info about GCP Bole. So I bet everyone here understand better about GCP Bole now. Yes? No? Yes. Okay. So now is the most anticipated session for today, which is the panel discussion about AI application in the industry. So for this, we will have Surabhi. Yeah, Surabhi. She will be our moderator for this panelist session. She is a data engineering lead from Mindvalley. Okay, and then together with Surabhi, we will have 4 different speakers. The first one, Darren Tan. Yes. He is the director of ALPHV. I think it's a familiar face, right? He's in developer khakis. And the second one is Dr. Poo, who has just given us a talk. Senior manager at BAT, and also our GDE. The third one is Christine T. Also a research engineer at Turing. And the last one has yet to arrive, but we will focus with this one first. So I'll pass the floor to Surabhi. Thank you.
Thank you. So hello everyone. How are you guys doing? How's the energy in the room? Give me like a kind of like a clap or a shout or like a wave. Yeah. Yes. Okay. I was there for the last session and it was really fantastic, and I knew there were like few hiccups, but yeah, that's how the enterprise softwares go. But yeah. So I'm like I think we're going to start. We'll wait for Asif. Once he joins in, we'll probably have him as well. But probably I'll just start with the introduction. So we are living in fantastic time because AI is here and AI is changing everything. AI is changing the way we work. The AI is changing the way we solve problems, the way we perceive things. So like individuals or businesses which took like decades to solve or plan a product or a solution are doing that in like months or weeks today. So this is definitely a great time to be alive and we are all part of it. But with this, it comes and brings its own set of challenges and its own set of hurdles. So it's how you see it, how you adapt to the change that will make a difference in your personal journey. So I think that's the topic of our discussion today. And we've got this great set of panelists who are going to share their personal experiences, who are going to guide us. So we have few questions that we have like planned for our discussion. And if we have time, then we would take some questions from the audience as well. So I hope you guys are excited. So just sit tight and you can relax. So just sit tight, relax, and just hear them out and just kind of have fun. So, so I'm just going to start with probably the first question, which probably I would ask Christine. So you guys had a great session with Christine, I'm sure. She's a very great host, right? So Christine is a lead ML engineer with Turing. It's a great company. You might have heard about it. If you haven't, then just go look it up. So Christine, like what do you think, right? Like these, like we have like so many fantastic tools around and like a new one is coming in every day, like Bard, Gemini. So what sets us apart? What is the key skill that we as the workforce should like, you know, kind of develop to set us apart? What do you think?
Okay, to set yourself apart. So in my experience, you need to learn fast, learn very quick, because the field moves so quickly, right? So what I usually do is read a lot of research papers. I know this is not fun. This is not something very fun, but that is one of the fastest way to get up to date, and look up on new models on Hugging Face and see what you can do. To set you apart, actually data skills is also very important, like because garbage in and garbage out. So you know, models really depends on what you feed in. When you, it is impossible for you to like retrain a whole model, right? Because it will cost too much. So usually what we do is fine tuning, right? So when you fine tune, you need to prepare your own set of data, right? You need to prepare your own data set. So data skills is going to be very important as well. But all in all, lifelong learning. So no matter which position you are, you're going to learn very quickly, yeah. There is certain techniques that I personally use to learn. So how I exactly learn things is that this is something that I only pick up when I started become a machine learning engineer. So when I read something, I have a net that asks, why am I reading this? What am I doing with this? And like a list of questions. So, and also like what do I feel about this research paper? So I'm gonna link my feelings, my emotions to the research paper. I know this sounds very abstract, but that's what I do actually. So that the paper that I read, okay, like but I don't read it very detailed for the first time. So I'm just gonna read through it, and then I'm just gonna associate my feelings to it so that I can remember, because I hate memorizing. So that's how I get a lot of knowledge quickly. And then the second time, I read it again, this time much more detailed, and then I'm gonna, jot down what I think about it. So, and then the third and fourth time that I read, it is about the fine details. And it's not everything, every material that I read the third and fourth time, So if I think for the second time, I understand it well enough, or it is not really related to my domain yet, then I will set it aside on my Notion. set it aside on my Notion, and that will be my good to read list, or like another list that I might pick up in the future. So that's how I pick things up very quickly. Yeah. So this is about it.
That's a great advice. That's a great advice. I totally agree. So guys, it's never gonna end. You always have to keep learning. It's not like, that you reach certain position and that's the end of the journey. So it's the lifelong learning thing. That's the takeaway. And of course, the data skills. Yes, the data skills are very important. Because garbage in, garbage out, that's true. That's totally holds true. So yeah, brush up on your data skills too. Okay, so the next question I have for Darren. So Darren, you are director at Growth Charger and Developer Kaki. So this is essentially more towards how the industry is evolving, how the AI continues to evolve and expand. So what do you think is, like, as per you, is the new potentially upcoming business domains that that might come up as we grow in AI? And which roles and business domains are going to get obsolete? So, over to you.
Okay, so thank you for the question. Now, I think the question just now got two parts. First one is on which opportunities or role that will be upcoming in the next, in this current AI revolution. And the second part is on which roles will go obsolete. I'm no future teller, so I'm not able to give you a 100% correct answer, but what I feel that will be an opportunity here is, of course, imagine a world where everyone in the world, even your mom and your grandmother, can use AI. Okay, the barrier of entry of adopting AI, of implementing AI has gone so low. I think that's one of the things that was only made possible through ChatGPT. Do you all agree? Yeah. Before ChatGPT, there was like GPT 1, 2, 3, but no one actually used them like how we do today. It's all available through Chat. When ChatGPT came mainstream, that's when everyone, even uncle on the street, you ask him, you know ChatGPT or not? Then they say, yeah, I use it. So imagine 5 to 10 years from now, the ubiquity of AI is so high that it's a part of everyday life. It's no longer something that you think about when you use it. So that would present an opportunity to get to that stage is for us as AI practitioners can help to think where are the areas which is not yet being applied with AI yet. How can we as practitioners help those small mom and pop business or even SMEs to adopt AI in? Okay, that's probably one area I think is very important, which is to spread the awareness of AI for laymen and also for small businesses. Because for big business, it's very easy. They got the money. They know if they throw money at it, the problem can be solved. But for the mom and pop business or smaller businesses, they might not be able to adopt AI that easily. There might be a lot of hindrance, a lot of resistance, right? So us as AI practitioners can help to solve that barrier. Now, as for the roles that will be obsolete with the traditional AI, pre-gen AI, those are the repetitive job. That means like things that involve, let's say, wrapping a box, packaging boxes in factories, moving stuff from point A to point B, self-driving cars, right? So with the traditional AI, things like that are repetitive can be automated. Now, with Gen AI, things that require creation, not just repetitive, but creation and sparking creativity. Those kind of jobs can be, some parts of those jobs can be now be outsourced to those Gen AI models, which can assist creative artists, business owners, or even those mostly in the non-technical domains, the non-hard labor domains, to help to come up with ideas faster, to execute faster, and to basically take out all the nitty-gritty, the scheduling, all these small details part to come up with a structure so that us as human experts can go in and refine them into with our human experience to make it into a real world executable plan. Okay, so that's my opinion.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That totally makes sense that although AI is going to probably advance, but it's always the human expertise which would be required to guide them. So that's essentially not going away. The humanity part, the soft skill parts, the expertise part that humans have is not going away anywhere. So yeah, that's true. So, oh, great. We have Asif here as well. So can I have a big round of applause for Asif? Hello. Yes. So okay. So let me introduce Asif. Asif is head of data and AI at Maxis, and he's a very passionate marathoner as well. So I'm happy to have you, Asif, with us. So we have been just talking about applications of AI in industry and how things are changing, and how we can better equip ourselves in this changing scenario. So we just had some views shared by Christine and Darren. I was just moving to Dr. Poo next. So Dr. Poo, you are like a veteran and you have been like a community builder. Like you've been around and mentoring and like, yes, so you have like a plethora of experience in this field. So what do you think, as per you, is the biggest challenge the companies are facing? Because now everybody wants a slice of AI. Everybody wants to be the AI company. But you cannot be like AI company in like a switch. So what do you think are the biggest challenges that a company is facing when they want to adapt AI?
Okay, so usually people politely tell you when you're veteran means you're old.
Oh my God, no.
So like you are a veteran singer means you're old, okay? Or you're a senior means you're old, okay? Anyway, yeah, I mean AI has been around for quite some time. If you look at the AI term, I think people will be surprised that AI has been around more than 50 years actually, the AI term. There are people who, about 50 years ago, there are people who actually study AI in universities. The AI, last time and AI now is totally different things. But there are AI around at that time actually. So, but then because of the current hype of AI, a lot of companies, they want to jump into doing AI in the company. Especially now if you're any startup, if you're nothing AI in the company, you go for pitching to a VC or funder, whatever, they say, nothing to do with AI, that means your company is not happening. That's a common thing. So everyone also want to do AI. Everyone claim that they are actually infusing some AI into their company or into their products. But to do AI, there's a few ingredients to do AI in it. First thing is, you need to have a lot of data. A lot of companies, when they start up, when they starting time, there's no data. How you want to do AI when you don't have data? Okay, you can just use off-the-shelf solution, but you will never able to fit what you're doing in your company. That's one thing. So first thing is, when you want to do anything AI, do you have enough data to make sure the AI is enough to train the AI relevant to your company or relevant to your domain? The first thing. Second thing is, talking about AI is not just, a lot of people say, AI is just like in a movie. In a movie, it's so easy. Everything just, just use your hand, drag and drop. But AI is not like that. Even people who want to jump into studying AI or want to learn AI or want to be AI practitioner, they realize that AI at the back is very boring. A lot of mathematicals, a lot of calculus, a lot of programming. If you're not really get your hand dirty on that, then don't do AI. AI sounds happening like a rock star, but at the back it's very hard things to do. Okay. Of course, there are a lot of product out there. You can just use AI, just buy a product and just implement AI. But it's going to be very costly to you, to your company, and it's never going to fit what you want to do in a company. You still need to do a lot of customization. You still need a lot of tweaking, whatever. That's the second ingredient. The third ingredient is the skill set. So what's the skill set? Okay. So a lot of time A lot of people, like recently, I also opened myself to do mentoring. A lot of people, when I mentor, actually, I'm a full stack developer. I've been leading a team, but I don't like what I'm doing because I want to do AI. Then you ask them, why you want to do AI? Don't know lah, but it sounds like very happening. You know? Seriously, a lot of people want to jump into the hype, because it's the happening thing to do now. But they don't realize that the skill set itself is very different from what they're doing. So that's the three things that is a factor that any company before when they really want to do AI, they need to think about do they have all those things before they start saying that I want to do AI, and make sure whether the AI really benefit the company. Not necessarily everything that you do must have AI in it. If I'm just selling a coffee shop, why do I need AI? Probably there is some AI, but is there any enough justification of return of interest or ROI? That's the thing also you need to consider.
True, that's true. So the takeaway from this would be like, first evaluate, do you really need AI? Does your company really need AI? And do you have the backbone? Do you have the data? Do you have the skill set to support what you want to achieve? So that's the first takeaway. And the second takeaway from Dr. Poo's answer is, take a note on this. He's open to mentoring, so reach out to him, guys. So he just let the cat out of the bag, so this is your chance. Okay, so let's move to Asif now. So Asif, you have been in the field of data science for quite some time. And how do you see AI evolving probably in next 5 to 10 years? Like Darren already said that, we're not future tellers, so we're not gonna put the mark on your words, but what opportunities do you kind of anticipate for the job, for the people who are looking to evolve with AI? Like, we know that AI is evolving. AI would definitely evolve, fast evolve, in 5 to 10 years. So what are the things that, what are the opportunities you see for us with AI?
So it's even we didn't know that 1 year back that GenAI would be like this, this popular, right? So we saw that the OpenAI was working. We are following them for almost 2 years plus, 3 years, right? The story writing and all this, and suddenly it became like the ChatGPT, and now everyone thinks that everyone can do this, right? And then. Of course, there's for me, most exciting part is the computation cost is going down, right? And it's even it's no more like 2 years to double up the speed, right? And the capacity and all this, the storage cost is going down. Then my computation is going down, and then I have more power. So what I can do with this? And collecting data is also getting easier now. And I would say that, I work all through my career in telco, right? So we didn't even think about unstructured data anymore, long back, right? So I'm pretty sure even lots of telco nowadays also don't think that, they have huge potential of data when they are interacting with their customer. Right? So, and we are not even collecting those data. Now it's become easy to process also, right? With this simpler technology and the processing capacity. So, to me, it's very difficult to say what will happen in 5 years. If I know that I might not sitting here. So I don't know that what the folks in Silicon Valley they are cooking. So 5 years, that's quite a long time, at least in our field, right? So who think of that these Arab people are investing in Falcon, right? So so that's also an interesting trend, right? So now everyone investing in that. So there's something in that, right? And then if you follow that, there's also interesting trend in telco that telco wanted to, even last year, right? So all the telco was talking about that, oh, okay, we are no more telco, we wanted to be the techco, right? So we wanted to be the service provider. I am not only trying to give you the connectivity, I also give you the whole suites of service, software service, everything, right? Suddenly everyone wants to be a AI native co, right? And suddenly this Korean telco, SK Telecom, they investing in Anthropic, right? And why a telco operator? It's not even a large telco like all those global a multinational telco like Vodafone or Orange or someone like that, like or even Telenor, right? So they have like a footprint in like 20 countries or 30 countries, all those kind of. SK Telecom is not a big footprint in the globally, but they are investing in Anthropic, right? So if I just trying to little bit short, I mean little bit closer to my industry, which I am following, it's changing drastically. It's changing drastically. So 5 years is a quite long time to predict, say, but of course I see that the business would be much more efficient, and it's time to join the bandwagon, right? So you can say that it's a bubble, it's all sorts of things, but you cannot ignore it. So either it's if you are not joining, then you'll left behind. Yeah. So that's my all takeaway on that.
True, agree to that. So guys, I think to summarize his answer would be like, we have to be part of the trend because this trend is going to stay. We have to equip ourselves with the right tools, but definitely, probably coming back to what Christine said, that it's a lifelong learning because things are changing so fast, technology is evolving so fast that we have to keep up with the market, then we have to keep on learning. So thank you. Okay, so next probably to Christine, back to you again. Like you work with probably like, you work with data as well because data is the backbone, you said. So what kind of role does data privacy and security play in AI? And how do we ensure compliance and regulation? Because regulations vary across regions, across countries. So how do you do that? And what are the right practices?
Okay, this I have to answer in the context of what my company, what the company I work with implements. All right. For compliance, yes, we need to say for EU, we have to comply with GDPR. For the US, if it's health industry, you have to comply with HIPAA, that kind of thing. So we also have a lot of what we call guardrails. So we have compliance guardrails. We have like data guardrails. So, it is all these guardrails that are controlling not only the input, not only the output, but also the input that we are guarding against. So allow me to read the tools that my company uses. So we have compliance guardrails, ethical guardrails, security guardrails, contextual guardrails, and adaptive guardrails as well. So some of the tools that we use are like Nemo guardrails, guardrails.ai, or TrueLens. These are some of the guardrails. The first one is actually open source, so you can look up on it. So it is one of the tools where we use it to monitor and also ensure data privacy and also ensure compliance as well. So it is in general in ensuring compliance is actually a 4-step process actually. So just now in the session we actually already touched 2 of it. So just now in the session, we already touched through input validation. We also touched through output validation. There's another tool, usage monitoring and feedback mechanism. So feedback mechanism, very straightforward. It is to get feedback from the users. So for example, if you use ChatGPT, you use Gemini, you will get you will have a column to or maybe a thumbs up, thumbs down to rate the output. So that is also one kind of guardrails that we have to ensure data privacy. For another one, which is usage monitoring. So that one is to monitor for usage lah. So monitor your API, monitor how often it is. So make sure that so all this is trying to guard against you inputting data that is not compliant, data that is like not into private data, proprietary data, into all these systems. So this is some of the steps that we are already having in our proprietary LLMs.
Understand. So that was pretty thorough and that's pretty deep. I probably did not know half of the things, but yes, that was pretty informative. So all these guardrails need to be in place once you start working with the enterprise data, once you start working with different countries' data. So yes, thanks a lot, Christine. So my next question is for Dr. Poo, because I already told everyone to reach out to you for mentoring, and probably you're going to get a lot of people reaching out to you as well. So maybe on behalf of everyone, I'm going to ask you, what are your top 3, should I make it top 5? Top 5 advices for anybody who reaches out to you, like for mentoring. Let's say I'm a newbie. I just reach out to you that I need to get started. I need to get started in AI. I need to build my portfolio. So what do you suggest?
Okay, so usually people who reach out to me for mentoring, they already have a job. Okay, they are not fresh graduate. They already have a job. The first thing I ask them, what's wrong with your job? Okay, so yeah, so the problem is I just want to know why they are not happy with their job. Okay, because a lot of time we always think the grass is greener at the other side. We always think that I'm a QA, I'm a software QA, it's too boring for me, or too low class for me, too cheap for me. I want to be a rock star, I want to be an AI engineer, I want to be a machine learning engineer, I want to develop AI product, I want to be, launch my own ChatGPT. Then I ask them, is that what you want? Is that you think will make you happy? A lot of time, I don't know, you go back, maybe today you can go back, ask yourself, if you have a job, are you not happy with your job? Why you're not happy with your job? Okay? A lot of time, we are in this job that you have now because you have gone through maybe a degree or 3 years program degree. You probably are gotten yourself a certification, and therefore you are doing this job. Okay? Don't tell me that you are gone through 3 years of degree and you're not happy with what you're doing, and you still apply for a job at that you study. If you are nodding, means something wrong with you. A lot of time, last time when I was teaching at MMU, I always teach final year students. Then I teach computer science. And then they are like already final year, they already gone through the 3rd year, they're doing final project. And then they say, actually I don't like computer science. And then, what are you going to do? No choice, one more semester to go, I have to study to graduate. My parents pay me so much money, I owe so much PTPN. So you graduate, then what you going to do? I'm going to apply for a job in computer science law. They don't even know, they don't even like what they want to do, and then they will continue doing things they don't know what to do. So I think that's going to be suffering. So that's the first thing what you need to do. Ask yourself, why are you in this line that you're doing? Are you happy about it? If not happy, what's not happy? Sometimes it's not happy because you're not applying, or you're not getting a good boss, you're not getting a good environment. It's not something to do with the job. I mean, the things you are doing. It's something other factor. things that you can change, go ahead and change it. Jumping to another career where you have no idea, it's going to take a lot of courage and a lot of effort to change. Okay? You're going to learn something new. Are you sure you're going to be successful or not? If it's not successful, what happened? I'm not happy again to be data scientist, then what happened? Do something else. Okay? That's first thing. Second thing is, understand what you want to do. Second thing is understand your strength. What is your strength? Okay? Is your strength in computer programming? Is your strength in doing data analytics? Do you have critical thinking? These are all the criteria to be good data scientist, AI engineer. If you say, I don't even I look at Excel numbers also, I want to cry already. Then data scientist or AI engineer might not be suitable for you because you'll be looking a lot of numbers, and then you look at numbers until you want to cry. Not something suitable for you. I think the third advice is, if you really find that you really like to be AI scientist, if you really think that is something what you want to do, then what have you been doing so far? Oh, I've been just dreaming. I just think I want to be a data scientist. But have you done anything? No, I just look at how much data scientists can earn. Very good salary. But so far, I just dream only. I've never done anything. Have you planned what you want to do? Plan. If you really think that this is what you want to do, then what is your plan? Have you planned? If you have no knowledge, maybe you get certified, or maybe you attend a coursework master, or maybe you want to do something online. Have you done something or not? That's the third advice. Fourth advice is, usually people who already done something, then they say, oh, I go for interview, I cannot get job. Oh, because I've done a Coursera certification, then I apply for data scientist, I cannot get a job. Do a Coursera certification and then want to become data scientist. Nobody is going to employ you. What have you done to make sure that you are marketable? Have you done some GitHub project, Kaggle competition? Showcase yourself, market yourself. Don't be shy to market yourself. The last thing is, I think the last thing is the whole world package. There's a lot of things we need to plan in our life. Everything's about planning, everything's about marketing, everything's about selling yourself. So I'm sure that if you know all these things, you don't need to be here already. Just listen to a veteran guy to tell you what to do, man. It's a waste of time, actually. Okay, I think that's my top 5 advice.
Thank you so much. So, guys, I hope you took it down. Think about your motivation first. Why do you want to do that? Then build yourself, build your skills, and make yourself more marketable, and network. Network with Dr. Poo and everybody else in this room. So thank you, Dr. Poo. So my next question to Darren. So Darren, you are founder of Developer Kaki, and you might come across a lot of freshers coming to you for advice, and job market is tough. So what is your advice, for everybody who's fresh and who's looking out, starting out? So what are the skills that you think are make us more marketable? So.
Okay, so before I answer that question, I want to continue on what Dr. Poo said first, which is, okay, one question. How many here wants to become a data scientist? Raise your hands. Hey, see? Why are you guys here? Only got less than 10. Okay, how many are students here still studying? Raise your hands. Okay, more than half here are working. So what are you guys working as? Software engineers? Software engineers, raise your hands. Mobile engineers? Mobile, no one here today. What are the rest doing? What are the rest doing? Anyone doing their own business, their own startups? Hey, got also. Okay, not bad. So, yeah, for those of you who are thinking of becoming a data scientist, adding on to what Dr. Poo said, I would say think twice. Just emphasizing his point number 2. Don't chase the hype. Don't chase the hype, okay? Just remember what he said. And also, the second thing is, remember NFTs? Yeah? How many NFT developers here today? Anyone? Or have developed NFT before in the past? God, oh, we have one in the room. So you see, skills change, skills in demand changes through the years, but what we can actually get ahead in our career or survive in the market, in this tech market long enough, is the ability to keep on keeping up with new technologies, to switch when needed, and to adapt to the new tools in our in our line of work. Okay, so in terms of a fresh grad, how should we enter the market? No matter, so I'm going to give advice from industry independent advice lah. Because if you were to talk about data science, right, data science, data engineer, I think during our time is you need a PhD, you need a master's. No master's, no PhD, no talk. Okay, but today you guys have bachelors in AI, bachelors in data science. The barrier of entry has gone down, which means there's more and more people with the same qualifications. So what do we have to do in order to get ahead in everyone with the same, the same qualifications? Perhaps in today's 2024, having postgraduate might not be actually a stepping stone anymore. It's more of a personal achievement, in my opinion, for you to actually get the title of a PhD or to get a very, very specialized deep knowledge in that field that you want to specialize in. To actually get ahead, I would say is to spend your time, your free time well. Be it to self-learn skills out of your university, to self-learn skills out of your day-to-day work. For example, myself, I actually term myself as a full-stack generalist. I've delivered projects ranging from web app, back-end, mobile, blockchain, AI, and machine learning, like just jump around until I finally settle on the past 4 years. Before I started my own company, I was working as a data scientist. And now I run my own company that does all of these things under one roof. Okay, so to actually get ahead for me is, in my personal experience, is to learn everything under the sun and out of the sun, to be adaptable, to be a generalist, so that whenever the request comes, whenever the opportunity comes, no matter it's job opportunity, freelance opportunity, or any sort of opportunity comes, you are ready to adapt. Okay, so that's my opinion on how you can get ahead in the jobs market.
That sounds tough, but yes, that's the need of time. That's the need of time, guys. But with all the AI tools available, I think learning has never been easier. Learning has never been faster. And with so many resources and networking opportunities available, I think, yes, let's go with what?
One sentence to add on, one saying you can remember. In this world, there is no more stupid people. There are only lazy people. Okay? The information is there, the AI is there for you to use. It's the matter of how you use it.
Yes, so that's what we want to do. That's what we want to leverage AI to build up your skill, to build up your portfolio, and yes, let's all not be lazy anymore. So, okay, so I think that's all from my side. We are open for questions. If you guys have any, please raise up your hands and then we could pass around the mic. You can ask anything related to AI, or we have got our first question from, can someone, there? Yes.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you for all your sharing. But one of the panelists shared that I think it's you, Darren. I think you said that you envision a world where AI is accessible to every single person, and then you made a comment that no one is stupid, right? So my question to you is, because you founded Developer Kaki, so you used Malay, you used Kaki, so you didn't make it Developer Lake. So my question is. Very specific, and it's a bit controversial. Do you think that AI penetration among the society here would be blocked by the fact that a lot of people here do not speak proper English, fluent English? Because a lot of things that is being done in the world of AI, it's in English. So I have personally struggled really hard with individuals who only speak Malay. So would you say that Malay is going to be a problem? The fact that Malay is being spoken out in Malaysia would actually make AI not accessible.
Wow, that's actually a very good question. So I'm not sure if you know about every country, right? I can give you 2 examples of countries. One is in India, one is in China. Both of these countries have their own LLMs. I mean, a lot of companies inside of those countries are training their own LLMs. And most recently, especially China has been running this for a long time. government require every LLM published to be approved by government. Every single LLM published from the country, in the country, to be published, to be approved by the government. So actually there exists LLMs model that specializes in every country's native language. For Malaysia, I'm going to give a shout out to my friend's company, not my company, my friend's company, I think it was founded by Khalil Noor and Hussein Zulkifli. Yeah, Mesothelica. I hope I got the name right. So Mesothelica, yeah. So they did amazing job since 2016, I think. As early as 2016 to come up with NLP toolkit for the Malay language. You can search it up on, even on PyPy, by the way. You can just install Malaya, or is it Malaysia now? Which is a full range toolkit, all the way from NLP, traditional NLP text processing, all the way to speech to text, text to speech, as well as currently they even have Singlish and Manglish generation. Okay, so that's for the context of Malay language, but you're talking about the other 100+ language in the world. I would say not to worry, because let me ask you all here a question. I asked this question in all my classes in the past few days. What language do you think in? English, raise your hands. Who thinks in English? Okay, who thinks in Malay? Not my. How many things in Mandarin? Okay, there you go. So you see, everyone, imagine everyone here. Imagine everyone here is a model, right? You have your preferred language. You're trained on this language. When people speak to you in a different language, you will convert, right? You will translate the input to your native language, think in that, and then convert back to the output language. So the same thing works in model as well. There are purposefully trained translator models by Google, DeepL, Microsoft Translator, that serves as that intermediary bridge between the input and the model, and also from the model to the output. So I would say language is not a challenge.
I think I can add to that. As far as I know, I think your question is, there are a lot of people who cannot very proficient in English, but how do I get myself to be, doing AI? Because a lot of literature is in English. I think that's your questions. So if you go outside Malaysia, for example, I always go to Indonesia to give a talk. I'm the only one who speak in the event in English. The rest of the speaker all speak in Indonesian. Okay, they speak the only language. Like if I go to Japan, all the talk everyone speak Japanese, or I'm the only one who speak English. Okay, so to make the people understand the technology, there's only two things to happen. When there's the latest publication in English, the committee have to translate the thing into the local language. So you go to China, or you go to Japan, or go to Indonesia, there are a lot of people who do this. Okay, that's one thing. Okay, second thing is you have the committee to communicate in that language. That's the second thing. So that's why in Malaysia we say we have STEM. We do science, technology, English. Why? Because it's easier. When you learn science, technology, English, then when you read the recent publication in English, that's where you can get the information directly, firsthand. But if you want to do, like you say, do it in Malay language, then you need to have people who, whenever there's a new release of technology, you have to do the translation. Then you can do everything. But the thing is, we are very scattered in Malaysia. Okay, so you study public university, UCAM, everything is in Malay. I studied UCAM. I learned Papan, Kekunci, all these other things we have never used. Okay, then when you study local U, public U, private U, MMU, everything in English. So it's scattered. But if you really want to do in one language, then you have to do everything in one language. That's the only thing.
I think I can add on to that as well. For your information, I didn't learn machine learning using English initially. So I was invited to an event in Alibaba office in Hangzhou. So I actually learned my deep learning, my machine learning knowledge, it was in Chinese. So my first book of machine learning, my first machine learning book is actually Chinese book. So I wouldn't say that is an obstacle. Yeah.
That was very insightful. I think we got opinion from most of our panelists, and I hope all of you are satisfied and encouraged with this answer, because that does make a lot of sense. So any more questions? Yes.
Hi. So, thank you very much for the comments. I didn't hear about problem-solving skills and also having commercial mindsets when you guys talk about those necessary skills and also things to have, right? Would you care to comment? Because I met people who have extensive knowledge in AI, in data science and whatnot, but they may not have that sort of commercial mindsets. They may not think from a business perspective, how to actually solve the business problem. So, please comment. Thank you.
Okay, if you look at the trait to be a data scientist, people say, first thing, you must have common sense. Okay, but then common sense not so common also. Then second thing, you must have problem solving. I thought when you study from the primary school until secondary school until university, you've been doing a lot of problem solving in there. But somehow, even you graduate, also you don't have problem solving skill. Third one, you must have critical thinking skill. Somehow, you study primary, secondary, and you graduate, you don't have critical thinking skill. So is it the education problem or your problem? So, but a lot of people know, even not just data scientists, whatever job that you're doing, you need to have all these three skills: common sense skill, problem solving skill, and critical thinking skill. So it's either, maybe like what Darren said, it's not stupid, you're just lazy. Maybe. So it's either it's our education problem or our individual problem. But all of us know, common sense is very important, problem solving skill is also very important, critical thinking skill is also very important. So it's like, why didn't you tell that? But it's common, what? You should know.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, that three is required, right? But I don't know whether you. I mean, we see some challenges, like say when it's a very large organization, right? So in that scenario, you might have that all these three. You can, but someone needs to translate it to a basically analytics problem. So sometimes it's very difficult to get the, say, when product manager describe his challenges, not all data scientists actually can convert that problem to an analytics problem, right? So that is the experience, that is the industry knowledge needs to have. So, but common sense is you need that, right? So you need to have that, and that three definitely. But what the challenge I see, some of the people from analytics or data scientists or all this, I mean, we know how to solve a problem, but linking that problem with the business sometimes is challenging. Yeah, so that's why we need also the industry-specific knowledge, what is happening there. Yeah.
So yes, so that was great, because yes, of course, common sense is something you're born with, but yes, the business knowledge is something that you gain with experience. So it's not something that you can always speak the business lingo, because yes, that's something that we see is very common, that technologists don't speak the business language, and that's the gap you bridge in with experience. So yes, great one. Do we have any more questions? Yes. There.
Right. Hi. So I think we've known very much about how AI can bring benefit. I was wondering, could AI do harm? Like, what are the potential ethical issues that could raise when you use AI irresponsibly, or such as impersonation, stealing of data, or even that could lead to more destabilization of politics, these kind of things. And do you see that regulations is something that we need to talk about when using AI?
Okay. So there's two parts to your question. Number one is, can it harm? And number two, should it be regulated? The first one, can it harm? Anyone here heard of DAN? Heard of DAN? D-A-N? Oh, only 2 in the room. Wow, okay, then we have a long story to tell. Okay, in the early release of ChatGPT, everyone tried to jailbreak it. You know lah, programmers, tech guys like to jailbreak stuff, right? And the hack stuff. So they even tried to hack ChatGPT. What did they do? They came out with a very long and intricate layered prompt to confuse ChatGPT to remove all the guardrails. The guardrails that Christine mentioned just now, all the ethical guardrails, privacy guardrails, whatever guardrails, all they removed it. And they created something called a persona called DAN. Do anything now. So what happened is that ChatGPT version is an unfiltered, uncensored ChatGPT. It will curse, it will tell you how to make poison using household item. It will teach you how to make bombs and make guns and all sorts of other things that you can think of. So can it harm you? Yes, it can. In terms of giving knowledge to bad actors more easily. So you see, AI can have two sides. We have the good side, the good actors and the bad actors. So whatever things the good actors are pushing for, the bad actors are also pushing their own agenda on their side. So in terms of fake news, realistic fake news, as well as deep fakes, videos, pictures, everything is a lot of noise in the world right now. There needs to be a heightened awareness to actually be wary of what you see and what you read online. Only things you see here now face to face you can trust. Yeah. So in terms of regulation, I think there should be some regulation. Our government is not doing too fast on this, I think. Yeah, not much regulations in Malaysia right now. But as I mentioned earlier, in China and India, I'm not sure about in other countries, government require approval for LM to be publicly released. They need it to be vetted, confirmed, tested, that is safe, private, and basically strong for the public to use. The data is accurate. Data accuracy, data hallucination is a very common thing, so they want to make sure all these are addressed before it's released to public.
Yep, so yes, definitely be wary of the bad AI. But yes, guys, that's why I think the governments all over the globe and all the major enterprise, they are all talking about the ethical use of AI. There haven't been much work done around that, but yes, I think in coming years, this is one area that we're going to see a huge work being done. So yes, I had one more question from there.
Hello. Okay, thank you. Firstly, I want to show my gratitude to Dr. Poo and also Mr. Jason, sharing advice on how to survive on the AI field, or maybe programming field. But then I got something that stuck in my mind, which is the CEO of NVIDIA, Jason Huang, that shared a statement about due to this fast-paced AI pace, AI development, students nowadays are no longer needed programming skill as one of the fundamental. Instead, they should focus more on other expertise, biology or any farming other skills. I mean other than programming. How would you see on this statement?
I think we are in the wrong event there. Why are we studying coding here if we don't need to know programming? I think what he tried to say is he anticipates that large language model is going to be very fast, progress is going to be very, very fast, where actually nowadays you don't need to be a good programmer. You just need to know how to use the tool efficiently, then you can make your code, you can code better, okay? Nowadays, if you go for a coding interview, if the interviewer asks you a lot of coding questions, say, why do I need to know this? I don't remember. I just use the IntelliSense. I just use the GitHub Copilot. It will actually fill all in for me. I just need to know how to make sure I give the prompt correctly, so I can make sure my code correctly run. So I think from that perspective, he tried to say that there are a lot of things that LLM can do, where it's going to be absolute. But there are a lot of things that LLM cannot do now, like biology or farming, that still need a lot of human. That's what he tried to say. But it's a lot of time there is different of the difference between reality and expectation. A lot of time, I don't know. Recently, if you use GitHub, if you use ChatGPT, compared to ChatGPT at the launching time, you feel like ChatGPT giving you more nonsense answer. I don't know why. Maybe it's after when the update, it's getting retrained data with data being generated by ChatGPT. Now there's no longer enough data or real data to train the model. And now all the data being trained is actually already generated by ChatGPT. And sooner or later, you see all these large language models also having this problem. There's no longer actual data to train. They all are synthetic data. And they are feeding back this synthetic data. It's a loop. It's getting worse. I don't know about you. I find like GitHub Copilot last time was quite good. Now it's getting worse and worse. So I don't know. Maybe there's still hope. There's still hope for programmer. So if you are doing programmer, don't change to data scientist yet.
I would say you still need to know programming because whatever LM outputs is not going to be 100% correct. You still need the skill to validate it. Yeah. So I don't think students don't need programming skill. Maybe not like one of the core skills, but there are new skills that students will have to learn, such as asking the right question. You know. So prompt engineering, that kind. So yeah, that's my answer.
Okay, so don't learn coding. It's a very strong statement. Yeah? I would say you still need to know the basics so that even when you prompt out the entire line of things, right, you know which part is correct, which part is wrong. You know how to debug. A lot of my friends these days who use the Copilot assisted coding workflow, they state they spend more time debugging than coding. Yeah, it's true. But when done right, when the skills is acquired right, I've known an actual case study, a friend of mine who used to work 40 hours a week remotely, now only works 16 hours a week. But we're being paid the same. So he can work 2 jobs. Okay, so in a way, right, I would say learn the basics right. And also don't just learn on the hard skills, also learn on the creative side of our tech world. What I mean by that is maybe join more hackathons. In the past, last time I learned coding, I can very honestly admit it. In the early days, I learned coding just to pass exams, to get grade A at exams. Soon after I graduated from uni, when I did my masters, I had a lot more free time. I go and take up a lot of freelance projects. That's when I actually learned the actual way of coding, which is coding to build real-world applications and to earn money, right? So learning to code is, I would say, is a basic step, it's essential so that you can use the AI tools more effectively in the future.
That's nice. I was actually hoping someone to ask this question because this question was like, kind of topic of discussion with me and my friends for a very long time. So thank you for asking that question and thank you for your response. It's true that creative AI is not going to take up the creative side, and AI is good for brainstorming. You can discuss multiple solutions, but you are the one who has to implement it, and you are the kind of approver and sign off, so you definitely need to know what's right. So any more questions? Yes? Oh wow, we have lots.
Hi, hello. My question is basically, once you have an AI product, right, how do you set the user's expectation of it? So is user expecting it to be 100% perfect, or they can, of course it's generative AI. As we went through the workshop, we saw same prompt giving 2 different results. So how a user to be managed to set the expectations? And what's the best way to do it?
You mean in terms of, just to clarify more, the question you're asking is about, let's say, imagine you've launched an AI startup, you have a product.
Yeah.
Then you launch your first version, and then you want to, how to manage the user's expectation of the product's performance.
Correct.
I would say, remember Devin? Devin AI?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, some people start laughing already. So imagine you are launching Devin, right? You started off with what? I mean, what did they start off with? They started off with a demo video. First thing come out in public, already demo video, right? So through the demo video is where they start the expectation setting. Where did they claim that it can work? What use cases can it be used in? So perhaps through that is where you give an idea to the users. Your first version will not be perfect, right? So you give an expectation to the user that, hey, it can be used in this scenario 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You guys sign up for the wait list, go join private beta, and start experimenting with it and give us feedbacks. So although the users probably the first round you won't be charging money to them, right? So you will ask them to test your product for you, and they know that it won't be perfect. So it can give you closed loop feedback so that when the first version comes out, it will be good, ready for public to buy.
Okay, so we have time for one last question. The white shirt gentleman here. So if you guys have any more questions, our panelists will be here around. For some time, you can just ask them. The convenience, yeah.
Test. Oh, okay. Okay. Good evening to all the panelists. My question is that from a non-AI or non-IT specialist, like for me, it's a chemical engineer. How do I know what tools to use for my task? Like let's say for AI tools, there are so many out there, Gemini or GPT or even the Bing. So as us, we are confused of what tools are suitable for our task. So is there a set of rules to use, or we need to study everything and or use or try out everything for us to like find the best tool for us? Thank you.
The question is very general, isn't it? What tools you use depends on what problem you want to solve. So I think you need to, first of all, what do you want to do? Because, like you say, if you want to do something on a large language model, then you have a lot of choices out there. You have Gemini from Google, then you have Meta, you have Llama 3 recently, then you have other models out there. You have like Mistral or Cloud. Then you also have ChatGPT. There's so many models out there. So depending on what problem that you want to solve. I think coming back to the question is, first, what is the problem you want to solve? What is the problem? What you want to solve? And then from there, you can understand that, for this problem, these are the tools available for me. Of course, since you don't have much experience with all the tools, you should start with one, okay, or maybe do some literature review, okay, and study which are the tools that may be suitable for your problem, okay, and then start with that tools and learn why the tool is performing, why the tool is not performing for you, and then maybe do a comparison, and then from there, do a small POC first, at least get a end product solution. Then from there you tweak. If it's not suitable, maybe you want to what kind of enhancement you need to do, or where did you go wrong. I think that should be the step that you should think, instead of thinking what tools that I want to use. There's so many tools out there, but make sure you know what's the problem you want to solve. That's more important.
I think you don't want to be the data scientist, right? Okay. Just explain your problem to your data scientist or machine learning engineer. Don't try to do their job. Let them do their job, right? So then they already know what's the step to solve that problem. So what Dr. Pu was saying, that they will go through that step. So don't try to take our job. Let us do our job.
I want to ask one more question for you. Just now you said that you're asking what tools should you use as a chemical engineer. Do you mean to do a career switch, or is it to solve a problem in your domain?
Test. Okay. Because it's a trend now, right? So basically, every other courses have the AI in them, to some extent. So if we are doing that task, and we wonder what are the set of rules of choosing the right tools, then that is what is my question now.
Okay. So you mean that your current job scope is chemical engineer?
Yeah.
okay, and you want to know whether should you learn everything under the sun or should you learn just master one particular tool set, is it?
Because if you learn everything, it's a lot of effort.
Overwhelming,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, so you wonder what are the set of rules to choose
Okay.
the right one.
I can give you one that you can implement when you today itself, which is go and try out every single LLM available right now. No, the publicly available ones. Let's say the top 5. Who are the top 5? Gemini, ChatGPT, Copilot, Claude AI, Llama. Okay, let's say these 5. Just try out these 5. Okay, you will notice I've tried all 5 myself. You will notice that all 5 have different strengths and weaknesses. And even if you were to say in terms of subject-specific domain, right? Let's say medical LLM. There's even LLMs just specific just for medical domain, and they are specialized in that. And there are even LLMs that are medical approved. If you go search it up, medical LLM that are approved by certain regulatory bodies for health, for medical advisors, there are such a thing. So I would say that, for example, myself personally, I use Claude AI the most. Like out of the 5, I've tested, played around with it. As of today, Claude AI, the free and the paid version is very, very good to use lah. And then you will see, some is attached to some can crawl data from the internet, some cannot. Some has an early cutoff date, some have a later cutoff date. So try, experiment with all available options and find the one that suits your use case.
Thank you.
Wow, so you have 3 frameworks now. One is ask question why and what, and then you'll know how. The next one is just ask the expert. Or like, you can go by Darren's way, try everything, learn everything, and then you would know what to do. So it's all up to you. And aren't you the guy who thinks in CPP? Yes. So you would find it much easier to do that. Okay, so I think that's a wrap for us. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you all the panelists.
Thank you, Sarabi. Thank you, Darren, Dr. Pooh, Christine, and Asif. I hope it was an insightful panelist session and you learned from the entire session. Okay, can you share the screen? Wait, yeah. Can go back? We will have a photo session in a while. Please don't leave first, Stay until the end for the photo session. Oh, no need. We need. Since we are facing some technical issue, we will take the picture first. Everyone can remain at their seats and the speakers can come in front here. We'll be taking from this side. Yeah, speakers can come in front. Yeah. Correct. Where's the cameraman? Photographer?
Photographer, where are you? You are photographer.
Volunteers can also come in front. Volunteers, speakers come in front, and we can take the picture.
I think you should stand and come closer.
The one at the side, can you come to the middle so we can see you in the picture? Yeah, come into the middle. The one seated can remain seated, and the side can come to the middle. Yep. You can also come in front here. Can see. Sit down. Can sit down. Oh, can sit down also. Yeah. Yeah. Squat. Sit down. Yep. We have a big crowd today. Can? That side can see.
Okay, the gentleman in the white shirt, right? Can you move in a bit more, please? Thanks. Okay, people to my left, I can only see until the person with the stripes. So anyone beyond the striped shirt guy, yeah, if y'all can move in. The front also, can y'all move in? Yeah. Okay, in front, I think can see the white t-shirt person. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, so the ones at the back, right? If you want to be in a photo, could you all stand or just move forward a bit? If not, your faces are going to be very small.
Everyone, please don't leave first. We need our event survey form, please. Yeah, and we will give you like a badge on your Google developer profile as well as attendance. You know, you attended this Build with AI. Can we open the projector? Where's the projector? On it. Okay. This was supposed to happen before the photograph, but because of technical issues. So thank you to all our speakers and facilitators for making this event happen. Without them, we wouldn't have today. Okay. Thank you. Next. We need the next slide. Patience, please. Okay, so you might be wondering where is all the photo that we have taken. You can scan this QR code to get your pictures. Maybe you're lucky enough, our photographer took a picture of you. Can be your LinkedIn profile picture. And you can also add photos that you have taken into this Google Drive so we all can share. Maybe you took pictures of me, I can take the pictures as well. Thank you. Everyone got? Okay, next. This one only. Next. Okay, so if you want to get updated on our events, you can follow our GDG KL and also GDG Cloud KL here, and you'll get email notification that we have an upcoming event and so forth. And this is the one that I want to show you. You can get your developer badge. It's a proof that you have attended this event with us today. It will be shown on your Google Developer profile. Okay. Everyone good? You can take pictures, share with your friends. I mean, the one that attended, not those who didn't attend, please. Okay. All right? Okay, we need our event survey also. Is this the correct one? This is for online people. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And this is for, this one is online or that one online? We actually edited the slides. Maybe it wasn't uploaded. Just one survey so we can help make a better event next time round. Can make your complaints there. I didn't like the place, the food was bad, or but I think it was great, the food. Oh no. Maybe the projector was bad. You can add that in. It's still not back on the screen. No, nothing. Okay. Okay, this is the survey form. Please scan. And I hope all of you here filled up so we will know what you think about our event and how we can improve. There's a cute dinosaur in between the QR code. Oh yeah, you will need to show that you filled out this form to get your swags, yeah? You won't have our t-shirt later on. You stayed the entire day and the t-shirt must get, okay? So, filled up. I think we are done. Good. Last good. Everyone say good? Yay, okay. Thank you for coming and attending to this event. We are all very grateful because it's a weekend, right? You still make time. Thank you. Can go out through this entrance or that back entrance and you can get our swags at the registration there. Pardon? A lucky draw. Oh, we will announce the lucky draw after the event. The results of the lucky draw. Do it now. Oh, they want the lucky draw now.
Do you guys want a lucky draw now? Okay, no worries, I can stay longer than 6 p.m.
Okay, we will do the lucky draw now. I think Amrita. Meantime, you didn't share the screen. That's okay. only after you fill up the survey form, your name will be in the lucky draw list. Yeah. Yeah, that's. Yeah, just now we had another QR. Correct. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So around the place. I mean, you all can sit down actually, no need to stand up. You all can sit down. But like if your transport is here, different. No, today we have flat rate. Also Saturday, right? Parking is 5 ringgit flat, so. No, not free. I also not free, I need to pay 5 ringgit. So don't need to worry about parking rate, yeah. It's like a perk of having event on weekends. A lot of places we have flat rate parking. Yeah, meantime we set up the lucky draw. You can fill up this form. Oh, not this one now. Can look on this side. I'll cover that. Take this. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no, not this. Oh, I think I clicked. Okay. Can scan this one. Yeah. Any of you here met new friends today? Yeah, that's like one of the good thing that you come event, connections, meet new people.
multiple people. But they're collecting t-shirts, right?
Okay, finally, the lucky draw list is out. We will use the spinning wheel. Those whose states are lucky. Okay. Just now is found me. Who is found me? Found me, Rafi 95. Oh, you stayed. Congratulations. This is Google Socks, right? It's a colorful one. Okay, next. Next lucky person. Chua Xin Xiang. Are you here? Out there. Who's your friend? Can call? Yeah. Okay, next. We go move on with next one. Okay, congrats. Hong Tong. Who's Hong Tong? Leave ready? Still here? Hong Tong 1. Hong Tong 2. Hong Tong 3. Okay, next. This socks is actually quite exclusive though. Not everyone get this sock. Okay, the second person. Lucky person. M. Farhan. Are you here, M. Farhan? Oh, he's here. Okay. Lucky, lucky. You're welcome. Enjoy the socks. Next person. Drake 6842. Drake? Okay. Congratulations. What is 6842? Your birthday or like what, your car plate? Secret. Oh, okay. Might be a lucky number, 6842. Okay, next person. Congratulations. I'm surprised those names are the people who say it, Okay. We have last two. Ko Yuan. Yo, hi. Oh, everyone said. One. We have one last one. The final lucky person out of this many people. Winnie. Winnie. Winnie, Winnie? Are you here, Winnie, Winnie? Winnie, Winnie 1. Winnie, Winnie 2. Winnie, Winnie 3. Oh no, no more Winnie. Next person. The last lucky person. Last one. Shuhaib Shah. Shuhaib Shah? Anyone? 1, 2, 3. Next person. Oh, it's always the last one that is difficult to get. Okay. Sheikh Ashi Hassan. Where? Sheikh. Oh, he is an active participant. I always see him around. Okay, congratulations. Thank you for coming to this event. It's a wrap. Thank you. Can grab your swags along the way. and happy evening, safe drive back.